Mr. Speaker, would you please call the House to order?
The House will come to order. Imam Tahir will offer a prayer.
Merciful, loving God, we thank you for this historic day. You are the Lord of the universe, merciful, gracious. God Almighty, we ask you for your help and guidance, to guide us in the right path of success, unity. God Almighty, bless our assembly, members of this great assembly. God Almighty, in this very day that Muslims fast the holy month of Ramadan, our Jewish brothers celebrate Passover, our Christian brothers celebrate Easter. You have gathered them, these three big holidays for Abrahamic faith. Unite our hearts to serve our great state of New York. Enlighten our minds to see your signs and your blessings. Soften our hearts so we be appreciative for so many blessings that you have given us. God Almighty, make our days useful, our nights restful, our homes peaceful, and our work fruitful. God Almighty, we ask you that you give our assembly members the feeling of Prophet Abraham, father of all prophets. Give them feeling of statehood, like Prophet Moses, who led his people to freedom. Give our members of assembly the feeling of nobility of Jesus, peace be upon him, and mercy that was exemplified in Prophet Muhammad's life. God Almighty, bless our state of New York. We thank you for so many blessings. We have so many prayers, but we have much more thankfulness and gratitude for you have already blessed us. We thank you that you ended COVID. We pray for those who are taken from us. May God honor their soul. We pray for those sick. May God heal them.
Yes.
And we always pray for peace and prosperity for our state of New York. And always God bless United States of America. In your name, we make this prayer. Amen.
Amen.
Visitors are invited to join members in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. A quorum being present, the clerk will read the journal of Monday, April 4th. Mr. Peoples-Stokes.
Mr. Speaker, I move to dispense with the further reading of the journal of Monday, April the 4th, and that the same will stand approved.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, sir. I want to appreciate the colleagues that are in the chamber, as well as the beautiful words that was given to us in prayer this morning. Mr. Speaker, I do have a quote I would like to share. This one is from John Wooden. Some of you all may know John. He was the men's head basketball coach for UCLA Bruins for 27 seasons, from 1948 to 1975. His team won 10 NCAA championships in 12 seasons. His words for us today: talent is God-given, be humble. Fame is man-given, be grateful. Conceit is self-given. Be careful. Again, Mr. Speaker, those words are from John Wooden. Colleagues, be mindful that you do have on your desk a main calendar, and members also have a debate list. After housekeeping, we're going to take up resolutions on page 3, where some of our colleagues may like to speak, and then after that, we'll begin to work directly off of our debate list. Mr. Speaker, we're going to start with calendar number 178 by Mr. Engelbright, followed by calendar number 190 by Mr. Godfrey, calendar number 191 by Mr. Godfrey, calendar number 203 by Ms. Gunther, calendar 215 by Ms. Solanges, and calendar number 293 by Ms. Gunther. That's what we're going to go on for right now, Mr. Speaker. Should there be any needs to change anything, we'll make sure that we make you and members aware of that. There absolutely will be a need for a majority conference immediately following the close of our work on the floor today, Mr. Speaker, and we will, as always, check with our colleagues to determine what their needs may be. That's the general outline of where we're going today, Mr. Speaker. If there's housekeeping, now will be a great time. Thank you, sir.
We do have an introduction by Mr. Fall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just take this opportunity to thank Imam Tahir for traveling from the borough of Staten Island to come to Albany to lead us in a wonderful prayer on the 4th day of the holy month of Ramadan. Imam Tahir is really a good example of a strong pillar we have in our community in the borough of Staten Island. During the COVID pandemic, he made sure that his center was open to make sure we get vaccines to thousands of Staten Islanders. He ensures that the center provides access to give tests during the COVID pandemic. And prior to that, when I worked at City Hall for the mayor's office, he was a strong advocate to ensure that the city of New York has Muslim holidays and also provides halal food as an option. And the importance of Muslim holidays is we want to make sure that our kids don't have to choose between going to school and choosing between going to school or celebrating a holiday with their families, So Imam Tahir has done a lot of great work, and I do want to also highlight that he is the head imam of the Miraj Islamic School and the vice president of the Albanian Cultural Center, and also a chaplain with the NYPD. Thank you, Imam, for joining us, and Mr. Speaker, if you could welcome him to the People's House and extend the cordialities of the floor.
Certainly, on behalf of Mr. Fall, Mr. Cusick, the entire Staten Island delegation, we welcome you here, Imam. Thank you so very much for leading us in prayer.
Thank
you. You have the privileges of the floor, and we're always happy to see you, and may you go with good health and wealth.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do have housekeeping, Ms. Peoples-Stokes. At the request of Ms. Peoples-Stokes, the following bills are recommitted as follows. Page 6, number 189 to the Committee on Insurance. Calendar 14, number 254 to the Committee on Codes. Calendar number 81, number 1615 to the Committee on Health. To calendar number 87, number 1917 to the Committee on Codes. Calendar 384, number 1635 to the Committee on Codes, and calendar 416 to number 177 to the Consumer Affairs Protection Committee. On a motion by Ms. Galef, the amendments are received and adopted. That's page 16, calendar number 150, bill number A4499 by Ms. Galef. And now we will move to resolutions, page 3, Assembly number 725. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 725, Mr. Santa Barbara, legislative resolution memorializing Governor Kathy Hochul to proclaim April 2022 as Autism Acceptance Month in the state of New York.
Mr. Santa Barbara on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on this resolution today as it has significant importance to many individuals and families here in New York State, and also a personal connection for me and my family. When my son was just 3 years old, my wife and I realized that Michael wasn't learning like other kids. Later that year, he was diagnosed with autism. The latest study showed the prevalence of autism among children across the nation is now 1 in 44, a significant increase from a 2016 study which found 1 in 54 children were diagnosed with autism. With more than 5 million people affected in the United States, autism is the fastest growing developmental disability in our country. And despite the prevalence of autism, there has still been much stigma associated with it. And many who were unfamiliar with the challenges simply didn't know the best way to approach the topic. In the early 70s, the Autism Society of America began a nationwide Autism Awareness Month campaign that was later adopted by Congress in 1984 and strengthened by the now familiar Autism Awareness Ribbon in 1999. The goal of Autism Awareness Month was to promote awareness and to help assure that those affected by autism could achieve the highest quality of life possible, which has now evolved into Autism Acceptance Month, the resolution that we are taking up today. Not only to continue those efforts to spread awareness, but also to promote acceptance and change. Autism poses unique challenges to those affected, and that's why days like today are so important to highlight our accomplishments so far and also the work that we have left to do. As we continue to recover from the pandemic and we continue to face challenging times, it's so important now more than ever to ensure that kids with special needs and people with disabilities are never left behind. As parents, my wife and I realized that the very first step in raising a child with autism is to realize that they're perfect as they are. And here at our state capitol, in this chamber, it's our collective voice that ensures New Yorkers affected by autism have a seat at the table and the tools to help them be a part of the American dream. This resolution continues those efforts to build better awareness of the signs, symptoms, and realities of autism, to provide information and resources for our communities, and to promote acceptance and be more inclusive in everyday life. And I'm proud to bring it forward here today, and I encourage my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Walsh on the resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the sponsor for bringing this resolution forward and for the opportunity to speak on it briefly. I agree with everything that Assemblyman Santa Barbara just said. I especially was touched by the part where he talked about how our kids with autism are perfect as they are. And I think, you know, my son will be 30 this year, which is almost inconceivable to me, my firstborn. And I think that by nature, I'm a fixer. I'm a person that needs to label and identify and then fix things. And so the birth of Terry really just rocked me because first I had to come to a realization that there was no need to fix this. I could not fix this, and there's no need to fix Terry. He was perfect. And as he's grown, I have learned so much. And I really do believe that God puts people in our paths, in our lives, to teach us things, to teach us the right way to be, the right way to live. And I think that I'm a much different person than I would have been had I not been Terry's mom. And I know that it informs the work that I do on the floor of the Assembly. I think that within the autism community, there has been this move from awareness to action and now to acceptance. And by acceptance, it's not complacency. We still have so much to learn about autism and neurodiversity. But what I've come to learn about my son and about many with autism is that they are such a beautiful and perfect piece of our communities. And we need to do everything that we can to make sure that they live their best lives. They need our support. The people that help to take care of them need support. The families of kids with autism and adults with autism need our support. And we as a chamber and we as a house can do so much. legislatively and budgetarily to help support these efforts. But I'm proud to be Terry's mom, and he has taught me a great deal. And one of those things is that sometimes the label just doesn't matter. It's the person and what that person brings to the world that we have to celebrate and embrace. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Mr. Abernathy, on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the sponsor for introducing this resolution and calling attention to the need for our community to accept people as they are. Whatever race, whatever creed, whatever height, whatever weight, whatever color, whatever abilities. We are one community, and together we are a stronger community. You know, those of us who are part of the disability community understand that people with autism most want to be part of our community, to have a role, to not be excluded, to be accepted for who they are. They have abilities sometimes stronger than what many of the rest of us have. They just want to be accepted, want to be part of our community. I'm the father of a beautiful 22-year-old young man, and I've learned so much about people by watching him grow, trying to help him fit into our community. He's getting there. He still has a long way to go, but he has so much to do. We are so proud that just the other day, one of his aides convinced an employer to give him a chance for a couple hours a week. And my son is so happy when he gets that chance to do something positive. So I want to thank the sponsor again and just remind everybody we need to accept people for who they are. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. On the resolution, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The resolution is adopted.
Assembly Number 726, Ms. Hunter, legislative resolution memorializing Governor Kathy Hochul to proclaim April 2022 as Month of the Military Child in the state of New York.
Ms. Hunter, on the resolution.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this important resolution. April 2022 is the 35th annual Month of the Military Child. This annual commemoration allows us to recognize the sacrifices that children in military families make and highlight the important role they play in the armed forces community. While they do not wear a uniform, the children of our service members shoulder the burdens of service. In New York State, there are approximately 44,000 children of active service members. Military families frequently move, meaning children are forced to change schools and say goodbye to their friends and community in the middle of the year. Deployments can last months and even years, and children must say goodbye to their parent without knowing when they'll be reunited again. Major life events like birthdays, holidays, and even high school graduations are celebrated with a phone call. And for some, it means living with the pain and loss of a parent who made the ultimate sacrifice. Even after their parent has left the military, these children continue to face challenges. They get to see the struggles their parents face while transitioning to civilian life. In some cases, they must help take care of their parents if they suffered wounds or injuries from their service. As a veteran myself, I know the challenges our families face all too well. This month and every month, I recognize the hardship these children face every day and their unequivocal strength to support their brave family member. In honor of the Month of the Military Child, I urge all my colleagues to celebrate the children of our brave service members and show our appreciation for their sacrifices to our country by passing this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter. Mr. Ashby, on the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the sponsor for putting forth this resolution. And I think there's really no better time this month, today being Gold Star Spouses Day. It's a day that we can remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice and the families that they may have left behind and the families that are still here carrying on. Over my time in service, one of the hardest things that we had to do was to say goodbye to our families when we had to deploy. And my son was born less than a month before my first deployment, and I can remember the hardest thing after that was when I came home from leave and I had to do it all over again. But you get a little practice with it, and you get a little bit better. But what our children and our families go through, during that time, we're separated from that during those deployments. Maybe we get to email back and forth, make a few phone calls, and hear about things, but we really are separated in a way that is very hard to overcome. And as the sponsor said previously, when we come home, it is then the responsibility of that service member and their family to reunite, and sometimes that can be very difficult. And the children take a large part in that, and I think a responsibility that is sometimes foreign to some of their peers in school. And so I'm so grateful that the sponsor put forward this resolution, and we continue this tradition of honoring our military families. I believe it's some 44,000 children in our own state belong in this category. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor again.
Thank you, sir. On the resolution, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Resolution is adopted. On the debate list, page 18, calendar 178, clerk will read.
Assembly Number 5541B, Calendar 178, Mr. Englebright, an act directing the Department of Environmental Conservation and Health to establish environmental standards.
An explanation is requested, Mr. Englebright.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that will help protect the public and children from the harmful effects of ambient lead in the environment that they're in contact with. It requires that a report be issued back to the legislature by the Department of Health and the Department of Environmental Conservation by just a little more than a year from now.
Mr. Smother.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for a few questions, please?
Mr. Englebright, will you yield?
I yield.
Sponsor yields, sir.
Well, thank you, Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to have a public dialogue about another lead bill here in this chamber as we get ready to pass our budget. I appreciate your explanation, but can you reflect or tell us how the Environmental Conservation Committee, what was the genesis of this bill, which requires the committee to act on this issue?
Thank you for the question. The need is based on the determination made by the Centers for Disease Control that there is no safe level of lead for children. And that as our staff reviewed the regulations, both at the state level and at the national level, we realized that there was a need for an update.
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate you bringing up the safe levels of lead. Is it your intention then to have the levels of lead in housing to be zero?
Ideally, we would find a way to remove lead paint. As you know, in 1978, lead paint was banned, but many of our residences and built structures have paint from that era and earlier. Children sometimes try out their new teeth. They chew on windowsills, on painted doors, usually bright work that's been painted over. But the net effect is that children are exposed to lead sometimes just by being children. It's also dust. It's ambient dust, and sometimes in play areas. Sometimes they encounter lead that is a residue from leaded gasoline, which again, we're trying to get rid of lead as much as possible in all of these settings.
Well, I appreciate that. The reason I ask is I'm very interested in the scope of this bill. From what you're saying, and I'd like you either to confirm or deny, this bill has to do with residential instances where lead is in households or is on private property, because part of it is about soil contamination. Is that what this refers to?
It is not limited just to residences. It basically is anywhere that lead may be found, but it's often in residences. And we're trying to find a way to eliminate the hazard. No safe level means that children, particularly who have immune systems that are not fully developed, are subjected to systemic damage to their nervous systems, to their ability to learn. Even behavioral problems result from exposure to lead. It is a cost, if you will, to our children that we should do everything possible to eliminate that hazard wherever it's found. So we're asking these departments to take the inconsistencies and review them and provide us with a status report, basically, on a review and a adaptation strategy for policies and procedures that will help protect our children and our families.
And in regarding that, one of the areas where there's great concern for lead is in the fixtures that put water into people's homes. Would this bill apply to those pipings and fixtures from the source of water through the processing plant, through the actual distribution system, and then into the private property where that water is used by our citizens?
This bill does not specifically require that those sources be acted upon. This is a bill that requires the agencies to think and to give us advice as to where we should be going, and to establish standards that are consistent with present science. It does not provide revenue to local jurisdictions to replace lead pipes. It's not a revenue bill. This is
Understood.
This is a procedure of analysis leading to standards that are coherent and updated.
And so next, I'd like to talk a little bit about those standards, actually, which apply. Currently today, how are New York State standards that are regulated by DEC and by the Department of Health, how do they compare to federal standards which are administered by the EPA?
We have found that New York standards are not even up to date with the EPA. EPA in 2021 issued new standards that it appears our state agencies have not yet adopted.
But New York State should be following those standards by federal law, wouldn't you say, under the Clean Water Act?
What we're saying is that we noticed that there is a discrepancy between even the federal agencies. EPA is on a different page than CDC. CDC is more on top of this issue, it would appear, and we're requiring that CDC standards be examined very closely and emulated or exceeded by our state as they review existing science and make the best recommendations back to us by June 1st of next year.
So back to the purpose of the bill and the comparative nature of standards. Currently, the federal standards administered by the EPA are higher than New York State standards, or vice versa?
For some settings, it's not universal.
But say for lead paint, isn't it? For instance, you brought up lead paint. Are federal standards higher than state standards at this point?
Yeah, paint, they're probably comparable. We're saying, though, that, for example, in a yard, a backyard, or on a windowsill, or dust, on certain level surfaces, the standards vary and are kind of all over the place.
Okay, so if we're looking at, and do you anticipate that this study or this effort by DEC and the Department of Health will result in a raising or a lowering of New York State standards comparing to federal standards?
Again, when we talk federal, we anticipate that state standards will at least equal or exceed the CDC federal standard.
And relative to the amount of resources that, say, a federal administrative agency such as the EPA or the Centers for Disease Control, equivalent to the DEC and the Department of Health, do the federal government resources, are they greater or smaller than DEC's resources to be able to, as you say, get to the science of this and then provide some milestones and some standards that then we have to follow in New York State?
Generally, the federal budget is larger than our budget, but inside of each agency, the distribution of funds is somewhat opaque. So I don't really have the ability to tell you specifically how many dollars at the federal or even at the state level are presently committed. What we're saying is this is a priority. We want you to study it and report back to us after you have examined all of these variables, and do everything possible going forward to protect our children and our families from the long-term human health problems that emanate from lead in the environment.
So you're saying that our standards in New York State right now do not fully protect our children from the hazards of lead in the home, for instance?
That is what one would conclude based upon the CDC determination that there is no safe level for children for lead exposure. And we know that there are numerous sources, you've mentioned some yourself, of lead, pipes, solder, old solder, soil, dust. All of these provide pathways for illness and impairment.
So from a legislative perspective, and we're here to legislate, to give words to the Department of Environmental Conservation, the Department of Health, what does fully protective mean from your legislative intent?
Well, the fully protective would be as close as possible to zero exposure to lead. We'd like them to try to analyze the various ways that we might achieve that goal.
Okay. And because the sense of this body is that we're not complying with the Federal Toxic Substances Act, is that...
I'm not sure how to comport with that particular federal act. What we do know is that as we look at regulations between the various federal agencies, there is inconsistency. There appears to be a much more thoughtful and stricter standard from the Centers for Disease Control, and we favor a complete review of federal and state regulations and a way to reconcile and harmonize and as to the extent possible make advice and recommendations and policy to protect the people of the state.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, on the bill?
On the bill, sir.
I really appreciate the idea behind this bill. But like many bills that we bring forward in this House, it's very difficult to reconcile how federal standards are going to be compared to state standards. And in this case, there's some disagreement as to which standard is sufficient to regulate this area. And what concerns me most about this bill is that it studies something and then gives the regulatory power to the Department of Environmental Conservation and the Department of Health, which they currently have, to standards which may or may not be sufficient, but then they allow for a significant bill to be placed upon either local municipalities or private landowners for lead levels which may or may not be harmful in private property all around the state. And I understand that the goal is to be zero. I just don't see how, without massive amounts of investment by the state, how that's going to happen. And that's why I'm always fearful of changing regulatory goalposts outside a larger national framework, which inherently gets all of the issues out on the table. Whereas we, in this body, may only legislate for New York, which is our mission, but it makes it very confusing, particularly for those that are in the building industries, those that maintain, and those that buy and sell all of the properties around the state. And what's particularly concerning is I understand the goal behind this bill, but I think there's much more low-hanging fruit which could be addressed, which I would hope would be of higher priority by this body, including lead in pipes, and particularly those in our dense urban areas, which there are a lot of kids which are still subject to unacceptable levels of lead, which are already in violation of current standards, where instead we're trying to change to an extremely low standard, which may be difficult to achieve without massive investment that's not scoped. For that reason, I'm very wary of bills like this. And for that reason, I will be not voting for this legislation, but encourage all my colleagues to carefully consider it, to look at the pluses and minuses of it, and help develop going forward further legislation, perhaps in the future, which may be better scoped to give guidance to our departments in environmental conservation and the Department of Health. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much to yourself and to the chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you. Would the sponsor yield?
Mr. Engelbright, will you yield?
I yield.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, Mr. Engelbright. Am I correct that under current law, the DEC can do this study on their own? They don't need our authorization, do they?
The DC has broad regulatory capability. They sometimes need to be reminded of where the legislative priorities are. This is such an opportunity to send a very strong signal that we really care deeply about the impact of lead, dust, and ambient lead of all kinds upon our children.
But I think you and I both agree they certainly have the authority to study lead on their own and review it. And of course, sometimes we encourage the DEC or other administrative agencies with a letter, often signed by many of our colleagues. Have we sent such a letter to the DEC asking them to update the lead standards?
We've probably done that. I don't think lately.
I wouldn't recommend.
But this is a letter of sorts.
I'm not recommending you do that with a lead pencil.
I wouldn't want to do that with a lead pencil, but even ink probably has lead in it. That's probably why it's. If you're using a black ink and you're an attorney, you're recommending your clients to always use black when they're signing documents.
Now, looking at the legislative language that you're proposing, it only deals with dust lead hazards.
Primarily,
and there's more: soil lead hazards and ambient air quality standards.
Correct. Yes.
So this legislation by itself would not relate to other types of lead exposure.
As you pointed out a moment ago, the agency is not limited. We are sending them a signal today, urging them to do something that gives us guidance and also acts within their authority and the authority and impetus of this measure itself.
When was
making this a priority?
When was the last time the DEC issued lead standards?
I think it was 2021 for DEC. It's been longer than that. Starting in 1995 and most recently 2006, I'm being told.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Mr. Speaker, on the bill?
On the bill, Mr. Goodell.
I appreciate the desire to minimize lead. I think it's a worthwhile goal and certainly one that we've seen tremendous progress nationwide. We used to put massive amounts of lead in the air when we had lead as an additive on gasoline. And so every time you saw a car go by, it was busy putting lead into the air for us to breathe. And of course, that lead ultimately settled onto the soil, so we have residual lead. As my colleague pointed out, right now, perhaps the most immediate threat to most kids from lead comes not from the air they breathe, but from the water they drink. And that's because a lot of our municipal water systems and even private water systems use lead solder or lead pipes, and that's a continuing source of lead. As the sponsor noted, the DEC certainly has full authority to study whatever contaminants it wants to and to enact standards that they feel are reasonable and appropriate. And as my colleague noted, they've done this for the last 20 or 30 years as it relates to lead. And in addition, we have the EPA, the federal EPA, and the CDC on the federal level doing exactly the same thing. And so while I appreciate the focus on lead, I don't think it's necessary for us to pass a law asking the DEC to study it. And the irony thing from a legal perspective is if we pass a law saying, hey, study lead, why aren't we passing a law to say, and every other contaminant in the world? I think the better approach is to trust the expertise of our scientists that work for the DEC, trust the scientists that work for the EPA and the CDC, and if we think they need to be encouraged, certainly send them a letter. But I don't think it's necessary nor particularly helpful to pass bills asking the DEC to continue doing what they've already have been doing. Thank you, sir.
Ms. People-Stokes.
Mr. Speaker, if the sponsor could yield for a question, please.
Mr. Engelbright, will you yield?
I yield.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Engelbright, do you know what year was it in New York State that lead in paint was outlawed?
I believe it was 1978.
1978. Long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
So, do you know when New York State realized that lead had an impact on the neurological development of children? Was that before or after 1978?
It was before that date. We even subsequent to that date, though, we have additional scientific input, including from our partners at the federal level, especially from the Centers for Disease Control, that has reinforced the wisdom of banning lead in paint, banning lead in gasoline, and acting in other ways to recognize in policy that this is a particularly pernicious and dangerous substance that has terrible health consequences and creates learning disabilities and has great societal costs. Those societal costs are so severe that we believe that it's important to have an update, and that's what this measure calls for.
Thank you, sir. I would wholeheartedly agree with you. Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Speaker, on the bill,
On the bill, ma'am.
I mean, we're in 2022, and why we would have to debate whether or not an agency that's supposed to work in the best interest of all New Yorkers, whether or not we should ask them to do a study. Apparently, if they had the capacity to do these studies and keep them up to date so that we could get the best results from their scientific knowledge to have an impact on the people who we represent in our respective districts, we will see a better outcome. Well, but we're not seeing that outcome. And it's been a very, very, very long time that as a society we've known the impact that lead has on children and their ability to grow and develop and be good, self-sufficient citizens. And yet we keep making excuses for why we can't do anything about it. I am encouraged by the sponsor's legislation because I think he has the same level of intolerance that many of us have when we know we could do better, but we aren't. It's time to start doing better. If you look across the nation, New York has more young people with lead poisoning than any other state in the nation. And so clearly our scientists are not doing something that they could be doing. So let us encourage them to do those things that are necessary. Of recent, Mr. Speaker, we know that there have been resources available through both federal and state to help get lead out of water pipes in communities. That's awesome. That needs to happen. We know that there is a lot less lead in gasoline now. That's great. That needs to happen. But we're still living in a society where there's way too much lead that impacts children's lives. And if we want to create healthy adults, we've got to create healthy children. And so I think that this is good legislation, and I hope that it will require the agency to act with some expediency to ensure that we can get closer to some real solutions for this problem that we've known about for multiple decades, yet we still allow it to impact us. And if we don't think it costs us money on the front end, you should know that it definitely costs us money on the back end. Because our education system, we pay for this every day that we refuse to remove lead from impacting our children, every day. And so we want to be conservative. We want to pull our budgets back in line. We got to do the things on the front end that won't cost us so much on the back end. So again, Mr. Speaker, I think this is great legislation. I look forward to voting in favor of it, and I hope my colleagues will join me in doing so.
Thank you. Mr. Mantalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield for a question?
Mr. Engelbright.
I yield.
Mr. Engelbright yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Engelbright. I apologize. I got here a little late. I was at something else. If we're going to have DEC and Department of Health take a look at the dust studies of the dust and what's in the soil, are we going to look at what's coming in to New York from outside of the state in that study?
There are no limits to what the agencies are able to look at. I don't believe that we know really what percentage of dust, ambient dust in our atmosphere is from in-state or out of state. I can tell you an awful lot of it's from in-state, but I can't give you a percentage. And similarly, if we're asking them to review the literature, their discovery may include information that would help answer specifically how much is coming from out of state.
So at the same time, if they're going to look at the soil contamination and with lead and the dust, are they also going to be required to come up with solutions to take care of that problem?
Well, the solution will vary depending upon the setting. A solution for soil is likely to be different from a solution for dust from a carpenter's activities in an old home. But yes, we would like them to give recommendations. You know, it's been 10 years since the Centers for Disease Control took the time to clarify their level of learning at that point in time, and to declare in 2012 that there is no safe level of lead for children. It's been a decade since then. We need for our agencies at the state level to take a hard look at the science and update the recommendations and regulations within our state.
Will part of that look or that study also incorporate what other states are doing around?
They're not limited, of course. We are asking them to look at the federal level, but the federal level, of course, in the generic sense, includes all of our sister states.
I see in the memo that we don't anticipate any fiscal implications on this to the state.
It should not require an outlay. We have personnel. Every year, the first question that we ask the commissioner of the DEC, do you have enough personnel to do your job? We get the answer one way or the other that, oh, sure, everything is just swell. We have more than enough.
Okay, you know that's one of the questions we always ask.
I say that tongue in cheek.
I know.
And that's not the exact words that we get back, but that's the exact meaning, yes. It's just not credible. We really need them to ask for the resources that they need and enable us to then wrestle with ways to provide it. They don't even ask. They're down 1/3 of their personnel. And you can see one of the results of that is that for matters such as this, the follow-through languishes.
Okay. Yeah, I have concern with, how much can the Department of Health and also DEC do. And I know they always tell us that they can get it done. And I applaud the commissioner, especially DEC, for that. But you and I both know, I know from personal experience, we do not have enough DEC employees out there because our timeliness for jobs out there in the real world outside of this building, they're not getting done in a timely fashion, especially here in New York where we're already against the weather every single year. So if we're going to do this, there will be some financial implications to the state. And if we're going to continue or move this forward, then we need to make sure they have the tools and the funding to make that happen, because I just don't want to do another study and not make that happen. We can do a study, put it on the shelf, but if we're going to do the study, let's make sure we do something about the study. So the
string of your argument is very logical. I concur and agree with everything you just said.
And last week, I believe you and I had the same conversation on a different lead bill. I think it was lead ammo, actually. And we talked about the benefits of different plants, corn, soybeans, sunflowers, legumes, anything like that can actually absorb lead and use it within the plant, taking it out of the soil. I hope if they're going to proceed with this, I hope they involve agriculture to be one of the solutions to getting that lead out of the soils.
I hope they have a clear-eyed vision of the scope of exposure. The various settings certainly do include the soils of our farmers. That should not at all be ignored as they review the literature and report back to us.
And my last question, we're talking about dust. Do you know if there's ever been a lead dust study about this building or the LOB building?
I don't believe that has been done. This is mostly a stone building. I can tell you something about the stones if we have a separate conversation.
Yes, sir.
Some of them have come from as far away as Scotland. Your question's a good one, though. I'll look into that. It's a good question.
Because I think at the same time as we look at all New Yorkers, we also need to look at the New Yorkers that actually work in these buildings that are here each and every day, all of our staff, different staff members, some of the people that actually have, restaurants, Dunkin' Donuts. I just think they need to be part of the equation as well, making sure if we're going to look at this across the state that we don't forget about our government workers here as well, because sometimes we kind of push them to the side. So I appreciate your answers, and I just hope this does get done, and I hope that there's funding there. I question the funding part of it. That's what I struggle with, and I also want to be sure that all the players are at the table, as we've talked before, that can not only look at the situation with the lead in the soil and the dust, but let's bring the other players from across the state, from across the country, that can help remediate some of those issues, that we can do it in a good way that will benefit all of us. So thank you, Mr. Sponsor, for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there, read the last section.
This act shall take effect in 90 days.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 5541D. This is a fast roll call. Any member who wishes to be recorded in the negative is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell to explain his vote.
Thank you, sir. I don't really have any problems with the bill, but it is kind of strange that we're asking the DEC to continue to do what they're already authorized and required to do anyway. But I certainly appreciate the sponsor's desire to let the DEC continue to work on things that we've already tasked them to do. And while I would recommend that instead of passing legislation, we simply send them a letter asking them to continue to do what they're supposed to do, I don't think there's any serious harm in passing legislation that accomplishes the same purpose. I would remind my colleagues that, thankfully, for the most part, the DEC does a great job. And as a result of their continuing efforts, we've seen a dramatic reduction in the amount of lead exposure to children in particular. We saw an 84% reduction from 1988 to 2004. We saw an additional 84% reduction from 2004 to 2009. And more recently, we saw a 21% reduction from 2018 to 2019. So I, for one, want to commend the DEC and our experts and our professionals and the incredible job they're already doing, but I don't see any particular harm in reminding them that we want them to continue their great efforts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 144, noes 0.
The bill is passed. Page 20, calendar number 190, clerk will read.
Assembly number 5841D, calendar 190, Mr. Gottfried, an act to amend the public health law.
Explanation is requested, Mr. Godfrey.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We have a serious problem in our nursing homes in New York. also around the country, of nursing homes essentially using psychotropic drugs as a way of controlling their residents. You give them psychotropic drugs, they become much less active, much less verbal, much easier to control. It's a serious epidemic in our nursing homes. This bill is an attempt to try to control the use of psychotropic drugs in our nursing homes. It says that a prescription for or an order for psychotropic drugs can only be for 14 days. It would then have to be renewed. And perhaps most important, it puts in some stronger specialized requirements for consent, for documenting consent, for advising the patient or the patient's representative about the drug and its possible side effects and alternatives, etc., all aimed at trying to avoid the use of psychotropic drugs as what is commonly called chemical restraints.
Mr. Goodell?
Thank you. Would the sponsor yield?
Mr. Godfrey?
Yes.
Mr. Godfrey yields.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. I see the bill defines what we mean by psychotropic drugs. It includes, but not limited to, antipsychotics, antidepressants, anti-anxiety drugs, and a couple of others. These types of drugs, aren't they often prescribed on a long-term basis for some patients?
They can be appropriately prescribed on a long-term basis. This bill does not interfere with that. All that would have to happen is that the prescription or the order would be renewed every 14 days.
And some of these drugs, am I correct that if you terminate their use abruptly without going through what I think is generally referred to as a gradual dose reduction, the abrupt termination itself can cause severe issues? Is that correct? Severe health issues?
Well, you and I both have degrees with a D in them, except the first letter is a J, not an M. So I'm not going to try to pronounce on the consequences of rapid withdrawal from a particular drug. That's what we hire healthcare professionals to know about, and it would be their responsibility to make sure that if that is the case, that any reduction or termination of the prescription or the order be done in consideration of that by perhaps a gradual reduction in the dosage, etc.
Absolutely agree with your analysis that those drugs that should be gradually reduced ought to be gradually reduced, consistent with medical experts' professional opinion. Is there any provision in the language of this bill that would allow for that gradual reduction if, for some reason, they could not contact or get consent from a representative of the patient at the end of the 14-day period?
If the patient lacks capacity to consent, whether it's to a reduction in the prescription or to a straight renewal of the prescription, there is language in the bill as for how you deal with a patient who lacks capacity to consent, but who does not have a patient representative or whose patient representative is not available. Essentially, the bill at that point turns to the Family Healthcare Decisions Act that deals with consent to medical care in a hospital for a patient who lacks capacity to consent but who has no surrogate available. So the bill does provide for that circumstance.
I see. The bill expressly provides, I see, as an exception that a healthcare professional could prescribe a psychotropic drug, an antidepressant or anti-anxiety or antipsychotic, in the event of an emergency without getting prior approval. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You said there's a cross-reference to the standards that would apply when there's no one who can consent. Where is that in the bill?
Page 2, line 22 through 24. Refers to section 2994G of the public health law.
I see. And since it's difficult for me to follow up on cross-references and incorporation by reference, which, as you know, is actually prohibited under the state constitution, incorporation by reference, for this very reason. Could you summarize what those provisions that are referenced in this cross-reference provide for?
Not readily. It's a fairly complicated, it's a fairly involved statute. It involves, as I recall, consultation with either two healthcare professionals or a healthcare professional and a social services professional. I'm reciting this from memory, so I may not be precise. It provides standards for decision making where you don't have a surrogate available, etc. It's a statute that's been on the books for about a dozen years now.
I saw that expression on your face when I made a reference to the Constitution barring incorporation by reference. I refer you to Article 3, Section 16, which says no act shall be passed which shall provide that any existing law or any part thereof should be made or deemed a part of the act, except by inserting it into the text. And the treatises on that, the leading treatise says the very reason for that is to ensure that legislators, when they vote on a bill, know what they're voting on. For the very reasons that you and I have explored here, that if it's an incorporation by reference and it's not in the language, and you don't know exactly, and you're my expert on the floor, Mr. Godfrey, I mean that in absolute best way, you can imagine the fact that the rest of us probably don't have a firm grasp on that cross-reference. But if I may move on, let's say that a patient does have a representative, and that representative, for some reason, for whatever reason, doesn't give consent every 2 weeks for renewal of the drug. Maybe the representative is on vacation, or maybe they forget, or something interferes with it. What happens then?
I'm sorry. So you're saying the prescription needs to be or the order needs to be renewed. The patient lacks capacity. The representative is unavailable.
Yes, for some reason.
Yeah. That's where you are referred to the Family Healthcare Decisions Act, the section we just were discussing.
So this says a prescription is only valid for 2 weeks. It requires a healthcare professional to seek informed consent. I presume that request for informed consent would have to go out in advance, so that they get it back in time. The informed consent for a representative has to be in writing, correct?
I'm sorry.
The informed consent to continue the prescription has to be in writing, right? Looking at page 3, line 17, 18.
I'd have to look at the bill again to see if the consent has to be in writing. A lot of the records of that consent have to be in writing.
Well, it's on page 2, line 18. It says you cannot renew the prescription.
Okay, right.
Unless,
written informed consent. Okay, yeah. Yep. The patient or the representative would have to sign the consent. Yes.
And And so presumably the physician will wait until day 13 or 14 before triggering an alternative procedure. At what point does the physician trigger the alternative procedure?
At what point does the physician
trigger the alternative procedure to continue the prescription in the absence of a written consent?
There would be a case-by-case determination of whether the representative is unavailable.
Now, you mentioned an issue. You said where some patients are overprescribed psychotropic drugs in order to make them compliant. There was a phrase you used.
I probably used words to that effect. Yes.
Isn't there a professional responsibility on the part of every physician who prescribes these medications to ensure that that is not the case?
In a more perfect world, of course.
And can't any...
By the way, and I say in a more perfect world, if that's how the world operated, we wouldn't see about 1 in 5 nursing home residents being on antipsychotic drugs, when in the general population, the rate is at about 1/10 that. If this were a more perfect world, a few years ago, the federal government relaxed their regulations on antipsychotic drugs by saying that if the patient is schizophrenic, then the federal regulations don't apply. Somehow, in the few years after that regulatory change, there was this wild epidemic of an increase in about 70% of the nursing home residents who, by some astonishing circumstance, were suddenly afflicted with schizophrenia, which ordinarily is a condition that is contracted in early youth, not at the end of life. What clearly was going on was that when the federal government said you could do antipsychotic drugs on somebody who had been diagnosed schizophrenic without complying with the federal regs, all of a sudden nursing homes somehow found licensed healthcare professionals who were prepared to label this enormous explosion of nursing home residents as being schizophrenic. So can we always rely on the doctors who are paid by nursing homes to live up to the highest of professional standards? In a more perfect world, yes. But alas, we don't live in that more perfect world.
I appreciate those comments. Let me go back. You and I started this discussion with the acknowledgement that there are some antidepressants, in particular, also antipsychotics and anti-anxiety medications that are typically prescribed on a long-term basis, where some of the medical literature certainly suggests an abrupt termination cause severe side effects. For those types of medications that are typically prescribed on a long-term basis, does this legislation allow the patient or the patient's representative to consent to a longer-term prescription, or must they renew it every 14 days, even though it might be a long-term prescription?
In order to safeguard against the kind of abuse that we see every day in our nursing homes, the bill insists that the prescription be limited to 14 days subject to renewal, in order to make sure that somebody is paying attention and is documenting the continued consent. And yeah, we don't want it to be excessively easy to put somebody on, essentially permanently, on chemical restraints. We don't want to make that easy, and we shouldn't.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. As always, I appreciate your comments and insights.
You're welcome.
On the bill, sir.
On the bill, Mr. Goodell.
I appreciate the concern that the sponsor has on the over-medication of some patients. But I would suggest the best way for that to be addressed is through utilizing our existing provisions that require physicians to have a high ethical standard and subject physicians to professional discipline if they violate that. And one way you could strengthen that if you wanted is to require notice to the patient and notice to their caregiver or their designated person to protect them from that type of abuse. This legislation, unfortunately, goes too far. It requires that every single prescription be renewed every 14 days. And it requires the physician to notify the patient or their representative and get a written authorization every 2 weeks. And if they don't get it, and presumably the physician will be waiting right up to the 13th or 14th day, then you either trigger an alternative procedure, which is going to be time consuming, or you wait for an emergency. This is particularly impractical if the patient's representative, for example, has a life and might go on vacation, they go on a cruise, they're visiting Cancun, they're visiting their sick in-laws, and there's no way for them to get a written authorization back to the physician every 2 weeks. There's no exception in this legislation for long-term medication. Yet it is well known that some long-term medication has very, very serious side effects if it's terminated without a gradual reduction. So I appreciate the sponsor's focus, but I think we also want to have a system in place that protects patients from losing their long-term prescription and is workable from a physician-patient perspective. And unfortunately, I don't think that gets there with this language. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Montesano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield, please?
Mr. Godfrey, will you yield? Mr.
Yes.
Godfrey yields.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. I'm just trying to sort something out because there was a lot of dialogue going on. What happens, if you could just tell me, I know you may have mentioned it already, what happens when so the patient is not able to consent and they have a family member who has their healthcare proxy or whatever was their designated agent, and they're contacted and the doctor explains to them, why the patient needs this prescription or to renew the prescription, and they outright do not want to give their consent. They don't feel the medication is necessary. They don't want to see their family member subjected to that. Could you just tell me what the procedure would be for the doctor at a nursing home at that point?
In America, if the patient lacks capacity to consent and there is another party, either by the patient having signed a proxy or by operation of law, a family member or someone else having the authority to consent. In America, if there is no consent to a medication like this, or to almost any other medication, in this country, we do not allow doctors to say, I know better than the patient, and I know better than the person who is authorized to consent for the patient. I'm going to impose my will on that patient without any effective legal consent. So, yeah, we don't allow that in this country.
Right. And if I could just a follow-up question, where did the 2-week time frame come from? That it should be renewed only every 2 weeks. I mean, it's pointed out by Mr. Goodell, some medications, need a longer period of time to take effect on someone to show a result, or a withdrawal from that medication unexpectedly could cause an adverse problem. So how did you arrive at that 2-week time frame?
It seemed like a reasonable period of time. That time period and some of the other concepts in the legislation were developed in consultation with advocates for nursing home residents. That's where it comes from.
All right. Thank you. On the bill?
On the bill, sir.
Thank you. In general, I like the piece of legislation. I think it's necessary. In the last couple of years of my professional business as an attorney, I've been involved in guardianship matters, and which have taken me into nursing homes on quite a regular routine. And I would agree with the sponsor. All you have to do is walk in the halls or go through the wards, and you would see people that are, in my opinion, overly medicated, and sitting in wheelchairs or sitting in jerry chairs, and staring into space, not responsive and things of that nature. On a personal note, my own father was in an Alzheimer's ward for the last year of his life, and he had some behavioral difficulties, and that was the only way they could see fit to deal with him at that time. And it was kind of interesting, because I said to them, well, why don't you put an alarm on his bed or an alarm on his wheelchair? And they said, well, we're not allowed to do that because that's considered to be a physical restraint, which till this day I still cannot figure that out, but that's the way it went. But so I know there's a need, many times for the medication, and unfortunately, in many of these places, it's abused, because this is the way they could take care of 180 patients, 200 patients with very minimal staff, if you just cause them all to be very quiet and subdued during the course of the day. So while I think that the piece of legislation might need one or two adjustments to it, especially that 2-week period, and maybe somewhere down the line the sponsor may revisit that issue when he sees this hitting the road and what the results are. I think it's a necessary piece of legislation, and even though it has a couple of bumps in it, I will support it and vote in the affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect on the 180th day.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 5841B. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. The Republican conference is generally opposed to this legislation as drafted. Those who support it certainly can vote in favor of it and are encouraged to vote in favor of it on the floor of the Assembly or by calling the minority leader's office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority conference is generally going to be in favor of this piece of legislation. However, sir, there may be a few that would like to be an exception. They should feel free. Contact the majority leader's office. Will ensure their vote is properly recorded. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Godfrey to explain his vote.
Mr. Speaker, on checking my notes, I have some additional information on the 14-day requirement in the bill. While the bill has had the 14-day limit in it for several years now, in 2018, the Centers for Disease Control adopted a 14-day limit in their regulations. So we have the CDC as also going along with the 14-day number. The rest of the bill is sorely needed. Again, we've, in the federal government made an exception from the regs about antipsychotic drugs for patients with schizophrenia. Somehow we had an explosion of schizophrenia diagnoses in nursing homes. In for-profit nursing homes, for some reason, 19% of patients are on psychotropic drugs. In not-for-profit nursing homes, 15%. And that's not because you're more likely to have mental problems if you live in a for-profit nursing home. It's because for-profit nursing homes are more likely than not-for-profits to be using these drugs as chemical restraints. These are drugs that have serious medical consequences. Patients are more likely to have strokes and other diseases and to die early. when they are on these drugs for long periods of time. If we care about the residents of our nursing homes, this legislation is sorely needed. And I'm proud to sponsor it and to vote in the affirmative.
Mr. Gottfried in the affirmative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 114, noes 32.
The bill is passed. Page 20, calendar 191. Clerk will read.
Assembly Number 5842, Calendar 191, Mr. Gottfried, an act to amend the public health law.
An explanation is requested, Mr. Godfrey.
This bill says that we shall not license any further for-profit nursing homes in New York, and the for-profit nursing homes that exist shall be limited to their current capacity and not be allowed to increase their capacity.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield for some questions?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So it sounds like the large premise of this legislation is that for-profit nursing homes underperform public or nonprofit nursing homes. Can you share with us how many violations or closures have been enforced by the New York State Department of Health for the for-profit nursing homes compared to nonprofit nursing homes?
I don't have that statistic handy, but I do know that there are a host of statistics, whether it's on staffing levels or various quality measures, or whether the income of the nursing home stays in the nursing home and is used for the benefit of the residents. There's a host of data showing that not-for-profit nursing homes score much better by virtually every quality measure than for-profit entities.
Well, I think there's a range with in any sector, whether it's public, nonprofit, or for-profit, where you'll see underperforming and overperforming facilities that people can look at. And we've passed laws and there's regulations that I think look at them even more closely. Now, you mentioned ratings and looking at the performance of these facilities. Does your legislative prohibition make any consideration for a facility's performance?
On an individual case-by-case basis, no, because certainly when you're licensing a new facility, you don't know how that facility is going to perform in the future. You can only go on what our life experience tells us. And our life experience tells us that healthcare is much better delivered, and there is data on this, not only here in New York, but nationally, is much better delivered by providers that are public or not-for-profit than by for-profit entities. And, we have a lot of restrictions in New York on who can own hospitals, nursing homes, and the like. I believe in the case of nursing homes, the case is very clear that it is time for New York to move away from for-profit nursing homes having the responsibility for the care of some of our most vulnerable New Yorkers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You started answering that question by saying new facilities, new healthcare facilities, but this bill goes beyond that. It also goes for those that are currently in existence that are for-profit nursing facilities that want to increase their capacity or build out. So again, I would ask, for those specific facilities, is there any consideration for their performance?
Not on an individual case-by-case basis. We're basing it on essentially our experience overall with for-profit facilities. We're not shutting them down, but we're saying thus far and no further.
Thank you. Now, I think that's a concern that I and many of our colleagues may have. Does any other state in the country prohibit the expansion of private nursing home facilities or for-profit nursing home facilities? It's my understanding this is the one and only proposal. No other state does this.
I believe that's true. Actually, New York, as far as I know, in several aspects of our restrictions on the ownership of hospitals and nursing homes and community health centers and the like, we are much more restrictive than the other 49 states in terms of for-profit and corporate ownership, and I think we have been served well by those restrictions.
To that point, New York already prohibits publicly traded nursing homes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But this would go significantly further because it would prohibit those that are in existence that are not publicly traded from expanding out and adding new beds for perhaps a growing, aging population that needs more services.
Yes, and that is because, on the whole, both the data and just logic and knowledge of life's experiences tells us that tells me anyway, and I think tells a lot of us, that for-profit ownership is not a sound basis for owning and operating a nursing home, and that it's time that we stop the growth of that industry and hope for its decline.
Well, I think some of us may disagree with you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we want a high performance, high quality care, and I think there's a range of performance in any sector, in any vocation, where you have the best and brightest, and you have those who maybe just got by. And I think there's plenty of examples, at least anecdotally, in the public sector and the nonprofit sector, where nursing home facilities are struggling, where they've underperformed, where they have lower ratings, and then you have the all-stars in their private sector too. So I think a prohibition is a pretty strong change that many of us may have concerns about. Now, going forward, I mentioned capacity earlier in our back and forth. This would be, the for-profit sector is one way to increase capacity for a growing aging population, people that take advantage of the services from our nursing homes. Do you believe that there's enough capacity for our nursing homes in the state right now?
I think generally we have adequate nursing home population, nursing home capacity. That capacity would be even more adequate if and when we properly fund and support home care, because there are people in nursing homes who don't want to be there and don't belong there, but can't get home care. And if we need additional capacity, it should, in my view, come from the nonprofit and public sector. We should not be dependent on people who are running a nursing home, not because they care about the residents and want to support the residents, but are owning it and operating it so that they can make money.
Is it your opinion that those that work in a for-profit nursing home care more about money than the patients that they're tasked with caring for? Because that's what it starts to sound like. I understand there's different philosophies and what you think might be the better mechanism to treat these patients, but the people that are doing that job, that are in those nursing homes, and some of them I believe are members of organized labor too, that they care about their patients and that's the people that they're caring for.
I think by and large, the people who are engaged in patient care in for-profit nursing homes, I think by and large care as much about the residents they care for as the workers in any other nursing home. The problem is the terms and conditions under which they work. They generally work in more understaffed facilities, and they work in a facility where the ownership and management has a personal financial interest in skimping on care. And, if we're realistic about human beings, when you set up powerful financial incentives to govern people's behavior, if you're at all realistic, you ought to assume that people will respond to those incentives. And that is, in fact, what we see in our nursing homes.
Well,
nursing home owners who have a deep, profound, vested interest in spending as little money as possible taking care of their residents do exactly that.
Well, I would suggest to you that the owners of these for-profit nursing homes provide jobs to those people that care about those patients and help expand access to care for those that need it. And in a post-COVID world where more people are concerned about infection control, they may want single beds for nursing care in nursing homes. We don't want to be in any way limiting the ability to grow access to care and provide options to families that may need the services from these nursing facilities. And I think it's good.
I would say, while if we need additional nursing homes and additional nursing home beds, I would certainly want to fill that capacity. I would not want to buy into the notion that we can provide expanded capacity by expanding the number of sub-quality beds. I would not want to do that to New York's frail elderly.
Well, I think from my side, we're talking about options to help address the needs that are right now currently perhaps unmet. And with a growing aging population and more people leaving New York, I'd like to see our seniors stay right here in New York. I don't want them to leave to another state to get services elsewhere. I want to make sure that we do have the capacity for people to stay here so their families can visit them and they can get the quality care that they've come accustomed to and that they want and that they deserve.
Well, we currently have a shortage of truck drivers. If New York were to if someone in New York were to suggest that a good way to increase the number of truck drivers would be to allow someone with limited vision like mine to drive a truck, would be a really bad idea. And if they said, well, we need more truck drivers, let's let extremely nearsighted people drive trucks, that would not be a good idea.
I would agree with you. That would be dangerous. But these are state-regulated facilities. These are not unregulated in the least. And they're scored. There's performance measures. We passed a whole slew of bills. The Public Health Planning Council, I think, has put forward regulations. There's spending limitations on what they can do. There's staffing ratios that are now imposed on them. And a lot of our nursing homes are feeling the squeeze. Some of them, are nonprofits included, I think are operating in the red. And the reimbursement for this from the state, which I believe you mentioned earlier, not just for home care, but for our nursing homes or assisted living facilities, it's all very important to help support an aging infrastructure for some of these facilities. Your sponsor's memo, I'm running low on time, it cites the Attorney General's report from last year, which makes a comparison towards, I believe, the performance in for-profit nursing homes. Is that the same report that highlights the Cuomo administration's underreporting of nursing home resident deaths?
I don't know.
Okay, I believe it is. And I'm quite frankly, I'm certain that it is. And I bring that up because I know the Empire Center criticized, while there's a lot of things in that Attorney General's report that many of the members in this chamber look to and have cited, it was kind of odd. It was interesting, and the Empire Center found this out last year, that the AG report itself actually relied, at least partially, on the Cuomo administration's Department of Health's report, which omitted the resident deaths who died after being transferred to hospitals. So in essence, the conclusions that it reached were undermined by incomplete data. And that incomplete data has been confirmed numerous times now by, most recently, the state comptroller, the New York State Bar Association, and I believe our own Assembly Judiciary Impeachment Investigation Committee also confirmed an unreporting of nursing home deaths. So the AG's report that's cited in the sponsor's memo, it's using incomplete information to come with those findings. So I just think that it's, while I'm sure it's well-intentioned, I would just call that into question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
To yield to questions, I'll treat that as a question.
Go ahead.
I don't at all follow the logic of what you were just saying, but you started by asking, I think, whether rules and regs and statutes would be good enough to ensure that for-profit nursing homes provide high-quality care. Rules and regulations can accomplish quite a lot, but they can't fully overcome the pressures on the behavior of the people running a nursing home the pressures from their own economic interest. And when the whole point of them owning the nursing home is to make as much money as possible, it's really difficult and unrealistic in terms of human nature to expect that we can rely on rules and regulations to somehow make them disregard the overwhelming strength of their own financial incentives, which tell them to skimp on care everywhere they can.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, do I get a second 15 minutes after this, if I choose? Only because I'm running out of time?
I understand we're assessing. There are other people ahead of you?
And then I can come back? Okay, I'll come back for my 15 minutes to speak on the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor.
Mr. Rob? No? You want to give me your second 15? Okay. Mr. Byrne, you can have your second 15. Thank your colleagues.
Thank you. I just didn't want to have a minute to speak on the bill. I promise I won't use a full 15 minutes. I want to thank the sponsor for...
Are you on the bill?
On the bill, yes.
Okay. Mr. Byrne on the bill.
Thank you. I want to thank the sponsor for taking the time to answer my questions. Certainly, we want to make sure that our nursing home operators, the people that do this important work caring for our most vulnerable populations, are qualified. And in my experience, these people get into this job, into this vocation as a calling. They care deeply about the patients. Yes, there's a bottom line. There's a bottom line for our state's budget. There's a bottom line in the nonprofit sector. I used to work for a large nonprofit. We each have a budget that we need to comply with. And for-profits are no different. But they're fulfilling a need right now to hundreds of families in New York State and providing services. And to put a blanket prohibition on a service that's being provided, expanding it out, limiting them from adding new beds. If there's a struggling nonprofit nursing home, preventing the for-profits from probably coming in and helping and providing more access to care for patients, I think that's a mistake. I think it's a bad policy. Other states, and I believe the sponsor has even addressed this, have more for-profit nursing homes, and I can understand that some people think that's not the right way to go. But, you know, I believe in having options for people. And when we talked about flattening the curve during the COVID-19 pandemic, we also heard from the governor at the time a need to increase hospital capacity, or many of us might call raising the ceiling. So you have more options for people. So we don't have to bring in a USNS Comfort or refit the Javits Center. So people have a place to go. And I believe the for-profit sector has a space. They have a role here. Obviously, so does the nonprofit sector. So does the public sector. You have tremendous amount of great, talented people, and each and every one of those sectors that provide nursing home services. I would say, again, I mentioned it earlier, that we've already passed a lot of legislation in the last couple of years. Some of it I voted for, safe staffing ratios. Some of it I opposed. But we have spending limits now on how nursing homes can spend their money. There's more restrictions on how they can do their job. We're constantly being told about how so many of these nursing homes, nonprofits included, are in the red and they are struggling. Why would we want to limit their ability to expand access for families who may need more nursing home services, or their ability just to build out, regardless of the performance? You could have a 5-star, top-notch, for-profit nursing home that people love, and they want to add more beds, and this bill would stop them. Last year we voted on this legislation. 59 no votes. I'm in my third term here. It takes a lot for 59 people in a body where the conferences are split pretty much 2-1. 59 no votes. That means a lot of members of the majority voted no on this bill. I want you to think about that. Ask my colleagues to look at how they voted before. I'm sure every single one of us have a nursing home in our district, or at least nearby, that services our families. Ask yourself if one of them is a for-profit Perhaps you have constituents that work in organized labor, that work in one of these facilities. I'm sure they care about their patients, and I'm grateful to the administrators that gave them the job to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Mr. Ra.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Will the sponsor yield?
Yes.
Sponsor yields.
Thank you. So I just want to go through a couple of pieces of what the implication would be for, an existing for-profit nursing home. But I want to start with something that really wasn't the case at the time we last debated this bill last year, and that's, the various new requirements that we have put in place through legislation through that package last year. One of which I believe is a cap on profits for for-profit nursing homes, correct?
Yes, although part of the problem with for-profit nursing homes is that they use a variety of gimmicks to siphon money to affiliated companies under the guise of expenses. Like they may nominally not own the building but rent it from another company that just happens to be owned by the brother-in-law of the owner of the nursing home. And then all the money they pay in rent to the brother-in-law doesn't count as profit, even though realistically that's exactly what it is. So our efforts to try to restrict the profit of nursing homes is very difficult to rely on.
Right. That seemed like a very specific example, which leads me to believe that, and I don't doubt that these things happen, but one of the points my colleague was making, and I think many make that are opposed to this piece of legislation, is kind of that painting of a broad brush. We're saying, we've seen some problems, hey, maybe even the majority of for-profit nursing homes are bad, but it doesn't mean every single one of them is bad and that we necessarily need to get rid of them, just like there may be not-for-profits that are not good. So do you think, though, that cap is just, it won't get to the root of the problem? It won't help maybe weed out some of the behavior you were talking about earlier, that they're going to skimp on meeting the needs of the residents to maximize profits?
I certainly hope it will help. We'll see. I certainly hope the safe staffing legislation will help, but we'll see. The ingenuity of these folks to come up with ways to siphon money out of their facilities seems never-ending. And that's why when not-for-profit nursing homes are telling us that they have to struggle to make ends meet, somehow on the for-profit side, they've been able to grow from a few years ago being only a third of the nursing homes in the state to now being 2/3. And the reason is that they use these gimmicks to siphon a lot of money out of the nursing home, and the not-for-profits don't do that. And so all the rules and regs we adopt will hopefully have a beneficial effect, but you really can't count on them to fully overcome the effect of the profit motive, which is what brought these people into the industry in the first place. The profit motive is an enormously powerful motive among humans, and to think that we can somehow overcome the power of that motive when it comes to caring for our frail elderly who so often have nobody minding the store on their behalf, I think is very dangerous. And I think all the statistics about the lower quality of care in for-profit facilities bears that out.
So under current law, if a for-profit nursing home
were to make an application for an expansion, or perhaps that has multiple facilities to build an additional facility, does the Department of Health consider their CMS rating?
They're supposed to, and they may well. Of course, a lot of those ratings are not thoroughly reliable. The quality of our inspection teams, or the diligence that the health department expects of them, can be limited. Which is why as I've said, I think relying on rules and regulations
We paused.
For the record, as far as I can tell, those folks are neither for nor against the bill. Question. So,
All right. Yep.
I assume that doesn't count against my time or yours.
I don't think so. It was a little
Proceed.
catchy. I saw some people tapping along to the beat, though. So I believe we were discussing whether or to what extent CMS ratings were considered, but kind of, for an application for an expansion or a new facility. So, I mean, really continuing on with that. So let's assume we pass this bill, it gets passed down the hall, the governor signs it, and it becomes law. Would any for-profit facility who currently has an application pending, say for an expansion or a new facility, would that be essentially nullified by this bill becoming law?
That would be cut off on the effective date of the bill, yes.
Okay. Okay. I think that's all I have in terms of questions. Mr. Speaker, on the bill?
On the bill, sir.
So, just like my previous colleague had talked about, really, I think the question here, I don't think anybody's denying that there are operators who don't do the right thing, that there are operators who put profits over their, the safety and health of their patients. But anytime you look at a solution to a problem being, let's punish both the good operators and the bad operators, that seems to be a problem. So there are, I think, many good for-profit nursing homes and facilities, and they are just really equally impacted by this bill as any of the bad actors. And that's why I think it's more appropriate that we look for other ways to get at this problem. Certainly, as I mentioned, we have enacted pieces of legislation within the last year. That profit cap just went into effect in January, so I don't think anybody would think we're at a point that we really could see what impact that may be having on making sure facilities are, putting money into care. But I also think if there are things that the Department of Health isn't doing as they go through an approval process, well, maybe that's something we need to look at. Look at making sure that that bad operator is not going to get an approval for an expansion or for an additional facility, rather than making a wholesale law that no for-profit operator is able to do that, especially at a time when I think that there is increasing need coming and a need for families to be able to go out, find appropriate facilities for their loved ones, whether they're for-profit or not-for-profit, so that they have that peace of mind that their loved one is being cared for. So for those reasons, I'm going to be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, on the bill.
On the bill, sir.
So listening to my two prior colleagues speak on the bill, certainly I have many of the same concerns. Most chiefly is that this legislation does not differentiate between good actors and bad actors. Operators that have the best interests of the residents at heart and those who are only out to, as the sponsor said, skim profits off the backs of their residents. It's problematic that this legislation has no financial litmus test on whether or not operators of for-profit facilities are truly investing back into their residents and into the facilities on the important aspects of care and capital improvements that they need to serve their residents in the best way possible. There's no quality litmus test. It treats our very best operators in the same regard as the very worst. In New York State, we should be helping and working and applauding people who do the best job possible, not tying their hands and limiting their ability to continue to do good work. Certainly, I think every member of this body would agree that we have to, in every industry, ensure that bad actors, bad operators who actively harm people can no longer do so. But to paint everybody with a broad brush does raise issues, especially when we're trying to provide care to every region, every portion of this state where care is needed. Certainly this bill was, I would assume, was written in response to the COVID-19 epidemic and its effect on nursing homes. COVID didn't just affect residents in for-profit facilities. It affected residents in not-for-profit facilities and government-owned facilities and public facilities across the board, indiscriminately. And while many nursing homes, for-profit, not-for-profit, government-owned and operated, are under financial stress still because of COVID-19, the idea that we should limit people who have capacity, who have capital funds to invest in greater expansion of care from doing so seems hypocritical when we want to make sure that people are getting care in the most appropriate care setting, whether it be home care, assisted living facilities, or in long-term care. All of our nursing homes are currently suffering from staffing shortages. There's tremendous backups in our hospitals trying to get residents referred back into nursing homes. And to tie the hands, to limit the ability of good actors, good operators, from providing exceptional care seems nonsensical. And certainly in not every region of our state has 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nursing homes of a variety of ownership models in that community. In many rural parts of our state, there may be only one care provider who provides long-term care within an hour's distance, and that may be a for-profit facility. If care needs in those communities expand, this legislation would prohibit rural communities from getting long-term care for their aging populations that may be most appropriate. This legislation limits the ability of for-profit operators in long-term care to invest in capacity for specialty units. We may have a growing aging population that may need respiratory care, may need greater access to rehab facilities. We may need, not for our aging population, but for our newest population, pediatric nursing care. This legislation would prohibit good operators the chance to respond to community needs, respond to care needs, respond to the people of the state to provide the most appropriate level of care when they need it, where they need it. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I am opposed.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lawler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Mr. Gottfried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Empire Center's report that they released last March gave a fuller analysis than did the Attorney General's report. Have you had any opportunity to review the Empire Center's report?
Some of it.
And did you find the sum and substance of their report to be credible?
Some of it. I'm not quite sure how that pertains to this topic.
Well, I'll elaborate then. I'm going to read from the report and just want to go through some of it. So, in reference to Attorney General James' office report, they said, in performing its analysis, James's office relied on incomplete information. Its authors did not have access to data on nursing home residents who died in hospitals, because as we all know, those numbers were being withheld by the Cuomo administration. The report also limited its examination to the period before mid-November. As a result, more than 6,000 deaths were omitted from its analysis. With the addition of more complete data made possible by a February 3rd court ruling and a lawsuit brought by the Empire Center, the statistical picture changes significantly. It goes on to say for-profit homes showed higher rates of COVID-19 mortality overall, but that was largely because for-profit facilities are concentrated in parts of the state where the pandemic was most severe. Within the downstate area, the mortality rate among for-profit homes was slightly lower than the rate among not-for-profit homes. Within the upstate area, for-profit mortality rate, 12.4%, was higher than the government-owned rate, 4.8%, and not-for-profit rate, 10.4%. However, upstate for-profit homes accepted a disproportionate share of COVID positive admissions under the Health Department's March 25th guidance, which may have contributed to that disparity. The 7 state-owned nursing facilities, most of which are dedicated to veterans, had the highest COVID mortality rate of any ownership subcategory. They go on to focus in on the CMS rating system. And under the Attorney General's report, 5-star facilities had a death rate as a percentage of occupancy at 4.9%. 1-star facilities at 7.1%. When all of the data is put in, 1-star facilities had a 12.1% COVID-19 deaths as a percentage of occupancy. 5 stars had 11.8. So what it shows is that there's much more of an equal rate once all of the data is available. So I guess my question really for you is, knowing that the AG's report was incomplete in terms of the data that was available at the time, and that since that time more data has been made available, why are we only focusing on for-profit facilities and not public or nonprofit facilities as well? Shouldn't the determination be made on the quality of care as opposed to the type of ownership?
Well, first of all, in terms of the Attorney General's report, essentially what the Empire Center is saying is that because of the Health Department's inadequate hiding of information, things were actually worse than the Attorney General was able to document. So it's not like the Attorney General was whitewashing anything. She put out the best report that was possible, given the data that the Health Department let the world see. Things were actually considerably worse. Second of all,
I would just note that they were worse also in public and not
Yeah, well, I'll get to
facilities.
that. So what you're focusing on is, there are a host of metrics by which you can judge the quality of care in a category of nursing homes. It's not surprising that among that host of possible metrics, there was one set of metrics on which the for-profits happened to do a little better than others. I don't think it makes good sense to base your opposition to this bill on the fact that out of all the various metrics you could look at, you found one that reflects well on for-profits.
That's not the basis for my opposition to this bill. My basis for the opposition to this bill, in large part, is the idea that we are simply trying to legislate based on the type of ownership category as opposed to the quality of care that is received in a specific facility.
Well,
beyond
the quality of care by the overwhelming, by a large variety of metrics, the quality of care correlates very poorly, correlates strongly with kind of ownership and reflects very poorly overall on for-profit facilities. And we do our frail elderly a disservice if we ignore that overwhelming body of evidence.
No, we do our elderly a disservice if our focus is on the type of ownership as opposed to the quality of care.
Well, what I just said is what I just said, and maybe you can try to refute it. But what I just said is that the quality of care is highly correlated with ownership, and when life teaches you that a particular kind of ownership correlates highly with very poor care, maybe you should do something about the kind of ownership that you subject our elderly to.
We had 7
We will remember that you've asked him to yield so that you can ask him questions, and then he will respond to the questions, and you will be able to go on the bill at will in order to make the points that you might want to make, as opposed to posing them as questions.
There are 7 state-owned nursing homes, all right, and they had the highest COVID mortality rate of any ownership subcategory. So what are we doing about that? That is publicly owned.
Yeah. Well,
does that not concern you?
It certainly concerns me, and we passed a variety of measures in this House, that many of which became law, that are aimed at strengthening overall the enforcement of quality standards in our nursing homes. That does not really argue one way or the other on this bill, because as I said, the fact that there is one metric out of all the possible metrics that seems to reflect well on for-profit nursing homes doesn't answer the question of whether that is a kind of ownership that we should be relying on for 2/3 of our nursing homes.
Okay, I have one last question for you. Is it your intent ultimately to eliminate all for-profit nursing homes in the state of New York?
Yeah, the bill does not do that. The bill...
no, I understand. I was asking your ultimate...
But I would hope we get to a point where for-profit nursing homes gradually cease to exist.
Okay, thank you. On the bill?
On the bill, Mr. Lawler.
Thank you. The idea that we are proposing legislation purely on the basis of ownership is insanity. We're not focused on the quality of care. We're not focused on whether or not the facility is highly rated by CMS. And we're not focused whether or not the owners in the facility are adhering to the law. And in fact, we made some changes last year that would apply to for-profit facilities with respect to spending 70% of their revenue on direct patient care, 40% on staffing, and capping their profit at 5%. The problem here is that we are simply saying, regardless of all of those factors, if you are a for-profit nursing home facility, we will not let you build more facilities, and we will not let you expand your existing facility. And in fact, per the sponsor just 1 minute ago, we want you to go out of business in the state of New York. This is New York State today. This is why residents and businesses continue to leave this state en masse. Last week, one of my colleagues proposed rain check legislation, and I said it was death by 1,000 cuts. This isn't death by 1,000 cuts. This is a death blow. And at some point, folks in this chamber need to wake up. We are letting a radical socialist ideology take hold in this state. And it is insane. The idea that we're going to tell businesses they can't operate simply because they are for profit? That's nuts. We have over 750,000 business regulations. We pass more regulations than any other state in the nation. We regulate this industry. And now we just want to eliminate it outright. My colleague wants to totally ignore the fact that public nursing homes under the state control had equal or higher death rates. My colleague talks about the fact that these for-profit nursing homes provide terrible service. Well, guess what? It was government, not the for-profit nursing home businesses. It was government that directed COVID-positive patients into those nursing homes, killing 15,000 seniors. So we talk about this idea that government and the public sector is going to be able to provide adequate care. The government is the one that killed these people. Let's get real. This is an ideology. That's what this is. My colleague on his way out wants to make sure that he does everything he can to dismantle the for-profit private health insurance industry. He wants to dismantle every facet of our healthcare sector so that he can pass his one-size-fits-all approach to healthcare. This is piece by piece, brick by brick, trying to tear down an industry. It is not to say that there aren't issues or that things shouldn't be fixed. But the idea that government is going to be able to provide adequate care, we just went through an entire pandemic where government made decisions that killed people. And now we want to say, nope, they're going to be able to provide the best level of care. The data and the statistics are now available for all to see. The Attorney General's report was incomplete. I'm not suggesting she was whitewashing it. She couldn't get the data because the governor of the state of New York refused to give it. Her report painted a picture that only for-profit facilities were responsible for these deaths. When you get the full data, that's not the case. But this legislation seeks to eliminate any for-profit facility over time by not allowing new ones, by not allowing existing ones to grow. And my colleague all but admitted he wants to eliminate them completely. Now, 59 of us seem to be free market capitalists. I don't know where the heck the other 91 are. But it might be time to stand up and kill a piece of legislation before we kill an entire industry in the state of New York. It might be time just once for all of my colleagues to stop voting party lines, stop voting for the legislative leaders, and vote for the people who elected you here. Push back against the insanity just once. The reason we live in the greatest country in the world, and the reason so many people leave their countries, socialist countries, my wife being one of them, she left Moldova, a Soviet-occupied country. The reason she left was to come here in search of the American dream and free enterprise and capitalism. Let's not kill it with this stupid bill. Vote no.
Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. On the bill.
On the bill, sir.
The premise under this bill is that having a profit motive is somehow bad. But we live in the United States, a capitalist country, where we have seen the benefits of capitalism driven by a profit motive. None of us would have one of these iPhones without the technology that was driven by the profit motive. Now, I understand that Bill Gates made a lot of money developing Microsoft. If he didn't, we wouldn't have that level of technology. Technology is driven by the profit motive. The profit motive encourages organizations to provide the best product at the lowest price. The profit motive brings us constant innovation and constant improvements. But let me speak from personal experience as it relates to nursing homes. In the 1990s, I was the county executive in Chautauqua County, and we had a county-owned nursing home. And we had great administrators, and I met with them, and I said, look, I don't think it's right that county taxpayers pay higher property taxes all across the county to subsidize the care for a small group of people in the county nursing home. I don't support that concept. So I want you to operate this nursing home in a financially responsible manner. And the nursing home administrator came back to me and said, you have to understand, Medicaid and Medicare do not pay us enough to cover our out-of-pocket expenses. They simply don't pay enough to cover our out-of-pocket expenses. So the only way we can operate in a fiscally responsible manner is if we have private pay patients. And if we're competing for private pay patients, the only way we can get those private pay patients who can go anywhere they want, and they're in high demand, is if we provide a higher quality of service. And so he said, we need to upgrade the county home. We need to install air conditioning. We need semi-private rooms. They already had some of the nicest food. And so the only way we operate in a financially responsible manner is we focused on financial responsibility. We dramatically increased the quality of our nursing facility so that we could compete. And it's that competition that drives quality. So when we say there's something wrong with operating in a fiscally responsible manner, there's something wrong with seeking profit, we ignore the fact that the profit motive in the United States drives lower costs and higher quality. That's why you and I are driving high-quality cars. That's why we have cell phones. That's why we compete all the time on price and quality. We're going into 5G. Every advertisement you hear talks about quality and price. And it applies in the nursing home field as well. Every private pay patient whose presence in a nursing home is essential to that nursing home's very survival. Those private pay patients go to the nursing homes that give them the best quality at the best price, and that includes every private pay patient at a private for-profit nursing home. And that is exactly how they compete. By advertising that they have the best quality at the best price. We should not turn our back on hundreds of years of proven experience and eliminate the profit motive without regard to the price or quality that those facilities are providing. For that reason, I would recommend my colleagues vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walczak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield?
Mr. Godfrey, will you yield?
Yes.
Mr. Godfrey yields, sir.
Which budget bill are we on?
I'll let you answer that.
All right, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Mankalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the sponsor yield?
Mr. Godfrey, will you yield?
Sure.
Mr. Godfrey yields.
Thank you, sponsor. Question. When we put our private nursing homes out of business, as we continue this onslaught to get rid of private nursing homes, what's the state's plan for all those empty buildings?
Could you say that again? You're a little garbled. Sorry.
As we continue to put private nursing homes out of business in this state by not allowing them to grow, when these individuals who own these facilities walk away from them, what is the state's plan for all of these empty buildings?
What is the state's
plan, idea? What is New York State going to do with all these empty buildings?
Well, first of all, I don't see why any for-profit owner would walk away from their existing facility. But what we would need to do and what we should be doing, it's not like we're going to be pressured into doing something that we shouldn't do. What we should be doing is making sure that between Medicaid payment levels and ramping up the quality of our enforcement mechanisms, we will be helping to make sure that the nonprofit nursing homes do the job that we expect of them. As they, we didn't always have 2/3 of our nursing homes being for profit. Until a few years ago, it was only 1/3. We fell down on the job of helping to support our not-for-profits, and we should not be making that mistake.
Should we not give the for-profits that same respect by helping them be more productive to deal with what they're dealing with instead of tying one hand behind their back?
Well, the problem is that for-profit facilities have a strong incentive and a strong record of siphoning money away from patient services and siphoning that money through a variety of real estate and other gimmicks into the pockets of the owners, as I explained earlier. On paper, it may look like they're making one level of profit, but if you follow the money and see who owns the various companies that they rent the building from and that they ostensibly pay to provide services, etc., they are putting money into their own pockets instead of into care. And I don't blame them for that. It's human nature. We can rely on the profit motive in a lot of circumstances. We rely on the profit motive successfully in almost every area of our economy, as Mr. Goodell so rightly pointed out. But when it comes to nursing homes, you know, it's not very easy to say, well, I'll try nursing home number one, and if I don't like it next week, I'll move to nursing home number two. That's not very practical. Our nursing homes are filled with people who are very frail, who are very dependent on, as the saying goes, the kindness of others, and who unfortunately in our society, a great many of them are really ignored by whatever family they may have on the outside. And to have frail people with no one on the outside monitoring the quality of their care, and government doing a fairly poor job of monitoring the quality of their care, to have those folks cared for by people who have a powerful financial interest in spending as little as possible on their care is a very dangerous mix if you care about those residents.
Okay, I agree. Well, one of the things that we have to look at, and I don't know if you've done the math on this, but we've talked about this last year, I think, when we debated this bill. When we continue to knock out the for-profit facilities, who will make up that differential in taxes?
Primarily not-for-profit facilities.
Not-for-profits pay county and state, or county, town, and local municipality taxes?
Well, certainly local governments could create publicly owned nursing homes. I'd be surprised if that happens. Our nursing homes have, until the last few years, were overwhelmingly not-for-profit entities. And I would expect that that's what would return.
So your drive and your direction is to completely get rid of for-profit nursing homes and fill the gap with government-subsidized nursing homes.
Well, you say subsidized. Our for-profit nursing homes are heavily subsidized by the taxpayers, heavily subsidized. The money just doesn't go into patient care as much as it should. So, yeah, we need to subsidize our nursing homes, which is why we've been doing that for decades and why we need to do so. I don't know anybody who disagrees with that.
Okay. Next question. A few years ago, I had the chance to go into New York City. I had to look at some of the NYCHA housing units, New York City Housing Authority. You're familiar with them?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time making out what you're saying. I don't know whether it's your microphone or what. Could you say that again?
Sure, I'm sorry. I'll speak a little louder. A few years ago, I was in New York City. I had the opportunity to go into one of the high-rises that was owned by NYCHA, New York City Housing Authority, which is run by government, and across the street was a private facility. Night and day, the families that lived in the government-run housing, busted windows, water dripping from their ceiling, mold in the walls. The facilities were not taken care of. They remind me of a place in Czechoslovakia. So here again is a perfect example why government isn't always the fix. And we need to work this together. We need to make sure that people that have good quality nursing homes, for profit, not every for-profit nursing home does exactly what you're saying is happening. You need to go around the state and look at all of them. I'd be glad to take you to some in my district. Just like my colleague had said earlier, we too had a county-run nursing home in my county. I was part of that committee that oversaw that nursing home. It was always losing money. Do you know how we got it to make money? We went out to the private sector and hired a director from a private nursing home and brought them into that nursing home. And guess what? That nursing home is now making money. And he's since moved on to another position because he's very good at it. The private industry, the private nursing homes are also very good at what they do. Just eradicating them in New York is not the answer. We have a housing epidemic. We have a staff shortage epidemic. We have so many shortages of individuals, hospitals, nursing homes, home care. Where are we going to come up with everything and everybody to take care of this? So I guess my last question is,
well, if that was a question, I would say the fact that your county nursing home was able to find someone who had previously worked in a for-profit nursing home who was a talented administrator, that's terrific. But that tells us nothing about whether, as a matter of policy, we can rely on for-profit owners to care for our frail elderly.
Okay.
And the incentives, the mechanics, the economics, etc., of private housing are profoundly different from all of the factors that would govern a for-profit nursing home. They are so different that they have almost nothing in common.
All right. So my last question is, my colleague had said earlier, he asked you a question about the budget, what budget bill we were on, I believe. So I know one of the holdups in our budget, we're hearing it every place. It goes back to our governor's home area. There's talk about how much money are we going to give the Buffalo Bills Stadium. So is the next thing on the chopping block here in this building, on these floors, are we now going to take away private ownerships of our NFL stadiums? Because that is for profit. Those owners that own those stadiums, that own those, that hire the football players, that do everything, now we're going to subsidize them at taxpayers' expense, but yet they're allowed to do anything they want with the money they make. Where will this stop?
I'll answer your question at the risk of being called out of order by the speaker for prolonging the extent to which the debate has nothing whatsoever to do with the bill. No, we're not going to turn the Buffalo Bills into a not-for-profit or public entity.
All right, I appreciate your answer. Mr. Speaker, on the bill.
Mr. Mankalo on the bill.
And if I was out of line or out of order, I apologize. It was just getting to the point that we have to look at everything across the state, not just one separate entity. And again, we can sit here and point fingers at the for-profit individuals, but those for-profit individuals help pay all of our wages, help make New York what it is today, help make the United States what it is today. I'm not against not-for-profit. I'm not against for-profit. We have to be able to work together. And as I said, we are looking at so many different ways to spend money in this state. Housing for low-income families, jobs for low-income families. Now we're talking about taking away businesses in New York again because we are against companies and people making money. I don't understand that. Making money helps pay all of our wages, helps pay expenses, helps us to allow us to have some of the programs that are pushed on this floor. There are some really, really good for-profit nursing homes. So again, because we have one or two bad apples, we're blaming everyone across the board. Absolutely not the way to govern a state. Absolutely not the way to run a business. We want to succeed as New Yorkers. So let's work together instead of trying to push one side of the equation out the door. It just does not make sense. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers we serve, to the companies that work for the betterment of families and individuals that are in these nursing facilities. If they're not up to snuff, it's not their fault. It's the Department of Health's fault for not following through. That's for-profit and for not-for-profit. We can continue to blame the wrong people without fixing the problem. Again, we do things good in America because we're Americans, because we're allowed to grow, we're allowed to do whatever we want to do in a business. If we're going to take that away, are we truly America? Or are we going to be the next socialist country? I'm sorry. We're going in the wrong direction, and I don't want to see our people suffer. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, if my question was out of line, I apologize to you and the sponsor. Thank you.
Certainly. Members will remember we're trained to talk about the bill that's before us. I understand the frustrations of this week, these last couple of weeks. I'm sure you're going to have an opportunity in the upcoming days to express them relative to the business that will be for us then. So that we can move through this, please try and constrain yourself to the issues at hand so that we don't have to interrupt you. Mr. Godfrey on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the bill.
On the bill, sir.
You know, Mr. Goodell and I agree on a very profound proposition. We got a very good exposition from Mr. Goodell on the extent to which we can and do rely on the profit motive in capitalist enterprises in the vast majority of areas of our economy. I believe that has served us well. Now, there are certainly areas in which government regulations are needed, but I believe, and always have, that as a general rule, the profit motive and for-profit enterprise serves us well. If you go to a supermarket and you don't like it, chances are it's pretty easy to find a different supermarket to go to. And the people who run both of those supermarkets know that you have that ability to go back and forth. Now, there are circumstances in which government regulation is needed. We regulate the food that those supermarkets sell. We're supposed to have laws about monopolies and the like. We don't enforce them very well, but we've had them since the 1890s or so. But that doesn't mean that we can uniformly rely on the very powerful motive of making a profit in every area of our society. And I believe that nursing homes are a very special case in which we cannot rely on the for-profit motive, that very powerful financial motive to deliver quality of care. Why? Because the customers, the residents of nursing homes, are in great peril. If they are not constantly given high quality care, they will suffer and in many cases die. They are not able, in most cases, to stand up and for themselves and to speak for themselves. As a society, we have not done a very good job of sending in inspectors and the like to enforce our quality rules. Shame on us, but that's been the deal for as long as I'm aware of. I'm now on my 9th governor. None of them has done a good job in this area. And unfortunately, I think we all recognize that while there are some nursing home residents who get visited a lot by their family members, there are an awful lot of nursing home residents who are almost never visited by anybody. Going out to visit your relative in a nursing home is difficult, it's time-consuming, and it's, in many respects, I imagine, not at all very pleasant. And so our nursing home residents are frail, live in constant jeopardy and live in an environment in which there is very little outside monitoring of the quality of care that they get. Little monitoring from the government, and in so many cases, little monitoring from their families. I hate saying that, but I think we all understand from experience that that's unfortunately true. And when you compound that by saying that the people who own the facility and run the facility, the owners of it, are motivated not by a nonprofit mission to do well by their residents, but are motivated by that very powerful for-profit motive, that is a very, very dangerous recipe for any prospect of survival and quality care for their residents. And that is why, if you look at a host of quality measures, now Mr. Lawler found one in which the exception to what I'm about to say, at least according to Bill Hammond, a devoted capitalist and a brilliant man, and a devoted capitalist, that with the exception of that one set of statistics, any number of statistics show us that the quality of care in for-profit nursing homes, and no one should be surprised about this, is by a host of metrics poorer quality than the quality of care in not-for-profit nursing homes. And it's because of the peculiar nature of nursing homes, the frailty and the vulnerability of the nursing home residents, and the fact that as a society and as individual families, we unfortunately tend to not provide adequate oversight of what goes on in our nursing homes. Because of all of that, the profit motive results not in nursing home owners who try to do, as a whole, the best they can, but instead are driven by that profit motive and allowed by our society. They are driven and allowed to spend as little effort and as little money as possible on protecting the frail elderly who depend on them. And none of that is pretty. Fortunately, the lessons from the for-profit nursing home industry are not lessons that we would apply to supermarkets or iPhones or what car we should buy. But that doesn't mean that that lesson should be ignored in the case of nursing homes. And that is why I believe we should no longer be licensing new nursing homes in New York, no longer allowing them to grow. It occurs to me one other example of why we can't rely on government regulation, at least in the case of nursing homes. We had a rash of cases in Western New York, and I'm sure it's gone on elsewhere, of for-profit entities that wanted to buy up a nursing home. And that for-profit entity, either on its own or through closely related companies, owned nursing homes already elsewhere in the state that had a terrible quality record and had a host of violations and other measures showing that they were doing a terrible job. Did the health department say, wait a minute, you're not fit to take over this nursing home in the Buffalo area, we're not going to let you do it? No, the health department did not do that. And in case after case, the health department was turning over the ownership of nursing homes to operators that had horrendous records of caring for their residents. So, at least in the case of nursing homes, government regulations have a limited record of success. Family monitoring has a very limited record of success. You can't rely on nursing home residents to say, gee, I've been here for a week, I don't particularly care for it, I'm going to go to the nursing home across the street. It doesn't work that way. All of the mechanisms that we rely on, usually successfully, to be able to rely on the private sector really don't work very well in the area of nursing homes, and that is why we need this bill. Thank you.
Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 5842. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. The Republican conference is generally opposed to this legislation, as reflected in 59 no votes last time we voted on it, which actually exceeds the number of members in my caucus. But if someone wants to change their mind and vote in favor, they're certainly welcome to do so here on the floor by calling the minority leader's office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority conference is generally going to be in favor of this piece of legislation. However, there may be a few who would like to be an exception. They can feel free to contact the majority leader's office, and we'll make sure the vote is properly recorded, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peoples-Stokes. Mr. Cahill to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was thinking about standing up on debate at different times during the course of the debate, sometimes to debate against Mr. Gottfried and sometimes to debate with Mr. Gottfried. You know, it was different times during the course of the discussion. But he so very eloquently stated in his statement when he was discussing the bill, the importance of not-for-profits in healthcare. And this is really a question of the practical and the ideal, the personal and the societal. When we are dealing with this issue personally, we don't really think about the business model that the nursing home where our loved one is going to go, whether it's a for-profit, a not-for-profit, a government-run. What we think about is the best care. But as a person who has just been through this analysis, I can tell you that the compromises in the for-profit nursing homes drive people away from them, but there are not enough not-for-profit beds available. So I recognize the importance of having for-profit nursing homes to fill those voids that exist in our communities where those beds otherwise may not be. So that's the real, that's the practical. But what is the ideal? The ideal is that every time we think about healthcare, we should be thinking about the best interest of the patient, not the for-profit motive, not the ability of someone to survive in the for-profit world, but whether that patient is getting the best care. That's the ideal. And in this House, we ought to be striving for the ideal. And the values advanced in this legislation are values that we have long held in healthcare. That healthcare should be run by professionals and not-for-profits. And that where we allow for-profit into healthcare should be the exception and not the rule. I withdraw my request and vote in the affirmative.
Mr. Cahill in the affirmative. Mr. Byrne to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To explain my vote, I listened throughout the debate, many of the comments, and thank the sponsor for his patience in answering our questions. For those of you that may not know, I had the pleasure of, before serving in the legislature, I worked for a nonprofit, the American Heart Association. I worked for another nonprofit, Stellaris Health Network, as an EMT. I worked for a for-profit multi-specialty medical group. And I firmly believe that you need to have a mix of for-profit, nonprofit, and public sectors in our healthcare. The for-profit sector helps develop and create life-saving medications, technologies, vaccines, and they care for our loved ones. They provide services to the community. They employ our neighbors and our family members. And just because some folks like to label anything that's associated with a for-profit as a subpar service, I think that is unfair. This bill would prohibit the expansion or creation of those new for-profit facilities, regardless of their performance, when we already have strict laws and regulations in place, because these facilities are regulated by the state. And I admire the sponsor's desire to provide quality care to these families, these patients. I do not believe this bill does that. I think it will restrict the development of more opportunities to expand access for these families, for people that need nursing home services. I will be voting in the negative, and I ask all of my colleagues who are not here in the chamber in person with us, who are remotely in their LOB office, look how you voted. Last year, 59 people voted no. I will be voting in the negative, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Certainly, Mr. Byrne in the negative. Mr. Lawler to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the state, in recent years, we have seen numerous county-run nursing homes shut down and run now by either not-for-profit or for-profit owners, because it was unsustainable for the county to continue to operate the facility. The sponsor talks about the fact that for-profit facilities are not providing the level of care that the public sector and not-for-profit facilities are providing. And in fact, he admitted his intent in this legislation is very simple: to ultimately eliminate all for-profit facilities. This is but one step in that direction. The sponsor also said that government failed to oversee, that government failed to ensure the health and safety of residents in for-profit nursing homes. But now, government will provide for the health and well-being through public facilities. It's contradictory. It makes no sense. If the government failed to oversee, if the government failed to enforce, if the government failed to ensure the health and safety, why in God's name would we just eliminate all for-profit facilities and turn everything over to the government? This is very simple. We have a job to do, and that is to ensure the health and safety of all New Yorkers. And we should regulate the industry, and we should regulate the for-profit facilities. But to eliminate all for-profit nursing homes and to do it under the guise of a flawed report is wrong. And so I encourage all of my colleagues to vote no.
Mr. Gandolfo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To explain my vote, when I look at the state's nursing home ratings on the Department of Health website, the best performing facilities in my district and the surrounding area are all for-profit facilities. There are some poorly performing ones. We have one-star for-profit facilities, but we also have one-star nonprofit facilities. So why should my constituents be limited in the operators who can expand and provide more care, while you have these poorly performing nonprofit ones that will be able to expand and provide subpar care? So I personally do not see how this helps expand care or improve care in my district. I think it'll end up diminishing it in the long run. We already have a shortage of beds where I get calls from constituents frequently trying to find placement for their family members. We should be encouraging for-profit facilities to expand if they're performing well. We shouldn't be treating them on par every for-profit facility as if they're performing poorly. So with that, there's nothing wrong with being for-profit as long as you're putting out a good product. We should be encouraging more of these facilities to improve care, not restricting them. I vote in the negative.
Mr. Gandolfo in the negative. Mr. Meeks to explain his vote.
For an opportunity to explain my vote. When you look at some of the challenges with the for-profit nursing homes, I want to thank the sponsor for this legislation. In so many ways, I've personally seen how they further perpetuate poverty. When you have employees who are working, making a minimum wage, and they share with you how they spend their own personal dollars to buy hygiene products, how they tear linen or towels into pieces in order to have a washcloth to bathe the residents of a facility, that's a bit disturbing to me. So as it relates to for-profits having the opportunity to make money, I agree they should have an opportunity to make a profit. However, when that profit infringes on the livelihood of the residents, that's a problem. So again, I thank the sponsor for your position, and I vote in the affirmative. Thank you.
Mr. Meeks in the affirmative. Ms. Peoples-Stokes to explain her vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to explain my vote. I want to commend the sponsor on this legislation because it's hard to make a call like he asked for in this legislation, and that is for the state to consider not issuing any new for-profit licensing in nursing home industry. And honestly, I think that's a good call. As a person who has, grown up from a family of sharecroppers as well as a family of landowners, I understand business, and I think there is a place for business all throughout the United States, and definitely in the state of New York. But I do have some concern when you're in a nursing home business and your bottom line interferes with the well care of somebody's loved one who is in the nursing home. And we have seen over multiple cases where that has been an issue, that their bottom line to ensure profit takes a position over what's in the best interest of the patients. That happened in my district. They completely failed, and the State Department had no one else to send there but another not-for-profit who had previously failed. Another for-profit that had previously failed, excuse my mistake there. But the point is that at the end of the day, whoever has the charge of taking care of seniors, much like children, they have a different level of responsibility. And so maybe your profit won't be $150 this day. Maybe it would only be $125. And we can get businesses to start making that kind of considerable decision when it comes to the life of a patient, then I think we're moving in the right direction. And again, I want to commend sponsoring this legislation. It's my pleasure to vote yes. And I encourage my colleagues to do likewise.
Thank you, Ms. Peoples-Stokes in the affirmative. Mr. Salka to explain his vote.
Speaker, this was a fascinating debate, and I think it had to be done. But my impression through this whole thing is it's a bit counterintuitive, because what we're experiencing now, and we will be for quite some time, because the baby boomers, we're seeing a growth in elderly, which means we're going to be seeing the need for services to be provided to those elderly, and many times it's going to be needed in nursing home care. So we're seeing a market increase. We're seeing the numbers and demands increase, but we're actually going to stifle the supply of beds that are going to be available to take care of those baby boomers, of which you're looking at one right now, as a matter of fact, and I hope it's a long time before I do need nursing care, but in some respects it's inevitable. But one of the issues that seemed to be predominant was the lack of the ability, for whatever reason, for the Department of Health to do proper oversight. So I think there's an old saying, right church, wrong pew. We know that there are issues of quality of care in nursing homes, and we know there are a number of reasons why. One of the big ones, of course, is reimbursement, which I think is incumbent upon this body to be able to address it as soon as possible. But we are blaming, in a lot of respects, the wrong people. It's been admitted that there are some bad apples, and there are probably a lot more than there should be, than we should allow as a government. But also in the same respect, it's been said many times during this debate that there are good players. There are those for profits that are doing a good job. And one of my colleagues brought up a very interesting point, and I've had some experience with this myself, is it's not always elderly that need these beds, but there are people who need occupational physical therapy, respiratory services, that need to have certain supports, all right, that a for-profit can provide. And by limiting the growth and limiting the ability of these for-profits to be able to recognize those markets and to be able to provide those valuable services is really doing an in-service to those in our state that need it. I remember when we were, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course I'll be voting in negative on this.
Mr. Salka in the negative.
Mr. Speaker, if you could record our colleagues, Mr. Barnwell, Ms. Pepper-Amato, Ms. Hyman, Mr. Dan Rosenthal, Mr. Extenstein, and Mr. Seja in the negative on this piece of legislation.
So noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 88, noes 59.
The bill is passed. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to interrupt our proceedings for a brief introduction. On behalf of Ms. John Pierre, as well as Mr. Jensen, we should know that this is Library Week, and as such, we have had some librarians from around the state to join us. They are Annalie Dragon, the Executive Director from the New York Library Association, Cassie Gunther, Greece Public Library Director, Beth Merkel, Director of Libraries from the Strong Museum of Play, Arlene Verdi, Librarian of the Townsend Harris High School Library, Kevin Versabe, Suffolk Cooperative Library System, and Teresa Killen, Executive Director of the Southeastern Library Resource Council. Mr. Speaker, if you would please welcome them to our chambers and offer them the cordialities of our floor.
Certainly, on behalf of Ms. Jean-Pierre, Mr. Jensen, the Speaker, and all the members, we welcome you here to the New York State Assembly. We extend to you the privileges of the floor. Thank you very much for the work that you do in making our libraries work and ensuring that they stay alive and are vibrant. Many of us are what we call latchkey kids, and so I was one of those. So I will always appreciate what libraries have done for me in my life. So we extend our gratitude for you and continuing that for the children and the adults of today. Thank you so very much. Page 21, calendar 203. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 6157A, calendar 203, Ms. Gunther, an act to amend the general municipal law.
An explanation is requested. Ms. Gunther.
This bill will require applicants for financial assistance from the IDA to disclose an estimate on the amount of project materials, supplies, and jobs that will be sourced within the state of New York.
Mr. Palmisano.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield for some questions?
Ms. Gunther, will you yield?
Sure.
Ms. Gunther, yield, sir.
I appreciate it. I have some questions around the bill. I understand the intention behind the bill. It seems like the real issue from my research and talking with individuals around the bill is the percentage of materials purchased for the project that comes from New York State, because it really doesn't define in the bill produced, manufactured, or otherwise generated in New York State. Is there any definition for that?
There's no real requirement. There's just a disclosure issue. So there's no real requirement, just to disclose.
Okay. I think one of the concerns I think that I was hearing relative is the interpretation, because an analysis done by an IDA may be different than an independent analysis done by the Office of State Comptroller or the Authority Budget Office, which reviews these sort of third parties. Getting into what the definition is, and when an interpretation by the IDA could be that definition could be different from the ABO or the Office of State Comptroller, and that could pose up some problems as far as kind of reconciling that. Isn't that going to pose an issue in any way whatsoever?
I don't think that's really an issue at all, honestly, because it's by the applicant.
But is the other question, I think, from that perspective, is it really feasible to determine where all these products are coming from and how to accurately determine where it's produced, manufactured, or generated from that perspective? I think that's where some questions come into play, because how do I supposed to identify that? And then, based on with everything going on, with the rising construction costs, materials costs, and trying to identify that in the complexity of this.
So I think that as much as practical, that you could actually do that. I think that, the expectation is to give all the information you have.
On that front,
I think it's also important in the support of our New Yorkers in New York State. I think that's important, and also ideas we're giving money out, that we see where the money's going, and to me it's an accountability issue.
Sure, no, I can understand that. You're familiar with the Paris paperwork that's done and required for the IDAs to fill out the accountability as far as projects and things of that nature, right?
What? Yes.
Okay. It's my understanding that the way the Paris paperwork is set up, it's really not equipped to address and try to put this information into that. When we had to really look at a whole revamping of that, and also, cost-benefit analysis is really not designed to factor that into its calculations, and something they're not currently able to do. So when we have to look at changing that whole paperwork reporting situation in this?
No, not necessary. Basically, you have to look at it locally.
So, but it's going to require more documentation, more paperwork, more reporting, in addition to the Paris that's put on the IDA, correctly?
I really don't think it'll increase the workload at all. I think that, this is checks and balances. I think it gives us a lot of great information. And, I think it's a bill that's very important to many of our constituents across New York State.
Well, right now, I don't local IDAs usually try to determine and estimate the number of local jobs that are being hired for projects that they try to calculate that right now, don't they?
Yes.
And I know in this bill it says that
Could you go a little closer to your microphone?
Sure. Sorry. I'll try to talk a little louder too.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. So I know also in this bill, dealing with the number of jobs, they also have to report from which area the individual is being hired to fill those jobs are from, based on a determination by that agency, correct?
Yes.
So, okay. And I go, how does that take into account, I live on a border county, like Steuben County is a border county. These agencies really don't take into account out-of-state labor that come in. Where in like 20 to 30% of our labor market is out-of-state labor from Pennsylvania. How does that take into account the requirement from that perspective with this?
First of all, it's not a mandate, and secondly, they should do the best they can. I think that information is really valuable.
Right. The other question I want to kind of get back to, I know you're talking about reporting as best you can relative to when I talked again about produced, manufactured, or generated. For example, like in New York, we produce a lot of industrial garnet, construction, sand and gravel, crushed stone and salt, among other things. Some of these raw materials may be produced in New York, but then be processed, fabricated, and manufactured in other states. So how do you reconcile the differences in those percentages that need to be addressed, and how do you equip that accurately from that perspective?
I mean, honestly, they do the very best they can. If they source it from New York State, I think they do the best they can. I think it's going to give us a picture of the usage of our own materials and money spent in New York. I think it's very important.
Right, and I understand where you're trying to get at the transparency of it. I understand that. I think have concerns about the implementation and really what would end up being requirements that we place on the local IDs to kind of do this type of work. Another example is when we talk about which goods which are produced or manufactured, generated in the state, and how they will be used. I guess my question is, would say you're laying a concrete foundation, must you state that this concrete foundation comes from New York, sand, rock, and water, and other minerals? I mean, you have to get that specific in the reporting.
No,
saying how it's used?
not that specific.
Yeah, I think I just get confused and concerned about the language in the bill from that perspective that makes that consideration. And same thing on lumber. Much of our lumber is imported from out of state, but then it's sold in state. It's my understanding a lot of housing on Eastern Long Island is built in part with out-of-state lumber. How would that be? How would you determine that calculation and those percentages that have to be reported? Because I know you say to the best extent possible, but it does say you have to report this. How would you make those determinations from that perspective?
So if it's a private company, they don't. But if they're applying for assistance, then they do have to report it. And I think that's important too. Just do as best you can, an accurate reporting. I know in my community we do a lot of logging, Forestburg, New York, Sullivan County. And we want to make sure that our lumber that we're logging and taking down is used in New York State before we bring in from any other state. I think that these folks have been generational loggers, and supporting them is very important to me.
Yes, and I can understand that. I think one of the concerns I have, and I think others may have too, is when you're trying to develop and bring businesses in, trying to track this down is not always the easiest thing. But putting this additional requirement on the businesses who we want to come here,
it's not a requirement. It's not a requirement.
I think a concern is that ultimately this is going to lead to a requirement as far as using these types of materials and documenting that. And I think especially like when you talk about the steel requires iron ore and other minerals, but then you could basically have a blast furnace which could take place out of state, but then it's fabricated in New York State. How do you reconcile those differences in those percentages when they have to report this? And again, if you're talking about private businesses, I mean, that's just putting more of a burden from a reporting perspective when many businesses just want to, developers, they want to bring businesses in so we can grow our economy. But when you put more and more, I know you say it's not a requirement, but to me, the way I read the language, it seems like it's just putting more reporting requirements, which make it more difficult for them to do so.
I think that the reason that we're doing it is to promote New York labor. We promote and using our materials and all the wonderful things that we do in New York State. I know we have a ton of loggers in Sullivan County, Delaware County, and wouldn't we want to use their their products before we use any. And I think that, you know, it gives us it kind of gives us a picture into what can we do better to promote our products. And I think that's important. You know, a lot of our folks through the pandemic, you know, a lot of things stopped, and now by, you know, looking at what products we produce, and, you know, our lagers and those kinds of things, I think it's an important thing to do. And I think go New York, and we have to do everything we can to look at what we have and what we're doing and what can we do better. That's what I think.
No, I can understand that, and I understand your intent with the legislation. I just have some questions, but I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you too.
Mr. Speaker, on the bill.
On the bill, sir.
I certainly believe the intention behind the legislation is well intended by the sponsor. I think, you know, right off the front, I think a better approach might be to look at a compromise, maybe having the New York State Economic Development Council maybe establish the best practices where the IDAs could go in and gather information on the back end. So where they have actual hard data to show the documentation on the materials, where they're coming from, the source, rather than trying to anticipate that and require that they have to identify that, which seems like that's really kind of unworkable from an operational perspective. We know that our IDAs have a really thorough application process. They ask for employment from the local labor market and attempt to gather this data and identify where the company sales are going and how to identify that based on the materials that are provided. I think most of that information is very broad and general, just to kind of identify it, because we want to get these businesses here and we want to grow the economy. I think there's questions regarding, you know, border counties, and where 20 to 30% of the labor force might come from Pennsylvania, which I represent a border county. I think with these reporting requirements, I think that these agencies don't take into account this out-of-state labor, which is important. I think many of our contractors they're looking to take the materials wherever they can get them from. They might not necessarily know where their vendors are getting their information from. That just puts more requirements on trying to get these projects developed and more of a burden. I think these are concerns that have been raised by the builders and the contractors, and certainly with our local economic development agencies as well. I think it's really just very difficult, if not almost impossible, to accurately estimate the percentage of these products coming into our state, especially with soaring construction costs and supply chain issues that really have to be taken into consideration. I think well-intentioned, I just think it almost sets these IDAs up to fail. And I think that our IDAs really are at the forefront of our working with our business community to bring them in and provide economic development to help our local communities and help create jobs and help our local economies. These IDAs already have numerous reporting requirements and audits from the Office of the State Comptroller and the Authority's Budget Office. I do think that there's some questions regarding the definition in the bill. There's no definition in the bill relative to produced, manufactured, or otherwise generated in the state. I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because we can have businesses that are manufacturing stuff outside the state, but then it's coming into the state to be fabricated. How do you identify that? I think you can get into a conflict where the IDAs are interpreting in one way and the Office of State Comptroller and the ABOs are interpreting another way. What I don't want to see happen is that they're not addressing these issues. They're putting that information in there that could lead to a loss of project development or penalties that could happen. This is something we don't really need at this point in time. To try to be able to determine this, where these raw materials are coming from and whether they're coming from one state and it's being sourced in state or fabricated out of state. I mean, that just muddies the water. I think just puts one more layer of bureaucracy. I think when we create more obstacles that just place more costly burdens on our businesses looking to do development projects in New York State, I think that I'm just afraid and concerned this will hinder and hurt local economic development efforts in our communities, that we're trying to locate and create jobs and help our local economy. This at a time when we don't need it, especially when in New York State we know we have one of the worst business climates in the country. We have the highest tax rates in the country. Our regulatory climate is terrible. Rising inflation, increased gas, diesel, and energy costs. Material costs are rising for our businesses and our contractors and our developers. The supply chain issues that we're dealing with. This just seems like additional burdens we're placing on our businesses and then the economic development agencies, working with them at a time when we do not need it. We need to be supporting them, taking some of the burden off them, we can work and be transparent. Let's go back and work on the back end when we have real data, as was suggested. If we have that data on the backside, then we can look at the best practices instead of putting these mandated requirements. Well, I know the sponsor is not mandated, but the way I read the bill is a little differently because they have to report it. And if you don't report it, is there penalties that come along with that? So I just think, in my perspective, given the situation we're facing, the economic situation we're facing, again, as I mentioned, rising inflation, gas, diesel, energy costs, materials costs, the supply chain crisis, and the overall economic environment we have in this state, I just think this is the wrong bill at the wrong time. It's not really going to help us, help our local businesses, help our local communities grow and develop the way we want them to grow at a time when we're in a very difficult situation. So for that reason, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect to the sponsor, I understand and appreciate her intentions. I'm going to be voting no on this bill, and I'm going to urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Giglio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Ms. Gunther, will you yield?
Sure. So I have Riverhead Building Supply in my district, and they have 14 locations in New York. They have 2 in Connecticut, and they have 4 in Rhode Island. So they do most of their manufacturing and their millwork here in New York, but they're thinking about starting a trust company, which would need a larger space, and where warehouse space to manufacture in New York can run upwards of $12 a square foot versus out of state is $5 a square foot. I'm wondering if you have thought about any subsidies so that we can help them expand here in New York, so they don't have to pay $12 a square foot in New York and go out of state to try and get it for $5 a square foot when they need big spaces to build trusses.
Well, we have IDAs in our communities, and that's what IDAs do. They usually try to help to bring jobs and companies into your community, and that's why we developed the IDAs.
Yeah. So Riverhead Building Supply employs 600 people, 500 in New York and 100 out of state. So if they build these trusses out of state, but everything else that they do is here on Long Island. I mean, they've extended rail spurs. They do a lot to try and get trucks off the roadways and ship by rail throughout the state. I'm just curious as to if there anything in your bill that says that, seeing as their headquarters is in New York and 85% of their business is in New York, if they were to manufacture something somewhere else and bring it in, would that give them credit towards, their IDA mandates of the supplies?
What do you mean by credits?
So with the IDA, you're saying that the percentage of the IDA incentives would be
it wouldn't give them any credits.
Okay, so even though they're headquartered here and 90% of their business is here in New York,
there's really like no credits or anything. It's just a matter of analyzing or exploring what percentage of our materials are from New York State, and it's an important estimate. The estimates are important to see what we can do is build back better, as they call it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. I just one more question.
Okay.
So, would you then undertake an overall of the IDA to make sure that they have the staffing that they need and the mechanisms that they need in order to do the calculation to make sure that they are in compliance with this law?
I think that the applicants themselves would really figure that out. They would figure that out. I don't think we're making any kind of, way. We're not doing that. So really, the applicant would figure out the percentages.
So there's no enforcement?
No, there's no enforcement at all.
Okay, well, I support the idea of keeping jobs here in New York and keeping manufacturing here in New York. I do agree that we have a problem with the supply chain where you're 6 months out for getting a garage door. So an affordable housing project could potentially be held up for 6 months while they're waiting for a garage door because they can't close on the unit. I think that there should be exceptions in the bill, and maybe we can work on that together, that if there's a period of time with 30 days or you're getting an estimate that you're not going to be able to get it in New York for 6 months, that you should be able to buy outside of New York State.
Thank you. And I'm sure we could sit down and talk about it.
That would be great. Thank you very much. I'll be supporting the bill today and hoping for revisions, working with Ms. Gunther, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 6157A. This is a party vote. Any member who wishes to be recorded as an exception to the conference position is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. The Republican conference is generally opposed, although we do have members that will be supporting this. And so those who wish to vote yes, please vote accordingly on the floor or by contacting the minority leader's office. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority conference is going to be generally in favor of this piece of legislation. However, there may be a few who would choose to be an exception. They should feel free to contact the majority leader's office, and their vote will be properly recorded. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Lawler to explain his vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the sponsor's intent in this legislation. Obviously, there's been a push in recent years to get IDAs to, focus more heavily on ensuring that local labor is used, and certainly here that local supplies are used in furtherance of the project. I think the bigger question is why we even have IDAs to begin with. And part of the problem is that New York State is a high tax, highly regulated state. And so the IDAs are used as a vehicle to try and entice businesses to invest in our state, in our communities. And I think the use of taxpayer resources at times can be beneficial and can be smart. Oftentimes, I think with the IDAs, there is a lot of waste, and there is not always necessarily a lot of return for the taxpayers. And I think as a strategy and as an approach to economic development, I think rather than trying to tinker around the edges within this framework, I think we need to focus bigger and broader and have a real overhaul of our economic development approach in the state of New York. And so for that reason, and while I appreciate the sponsor's intent, and I think it's a noble one, I think the bigger issue is really trying to get our state and move it in a direction where we don't have to use taxpayer monies to entice people to come here, or maybe in the case of professional football teams, stay here, but that we actually use our taxpayer monies to serve the public, and that economic development occur through our tax and spending policies by actually making it more affordable for people to do business in the state of New York. So for that reason, I will be voting no.
Mr. Lawler in the negative. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 160, noes 31.
The bill is passed. Page 22, calendar 215. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 6501, calendar 215, Ms. Solage. An act to amend the civil practice law and rules.
Mr. Goodell?
Thank you, sir. On the bill?
On the bill, sir.
Thank you. This bill allows class action lawsuits to be brought against governmental entities. Under current law, you can't have a class action lawsuit against a government entity. If you have damages that you've suffered as a result of action by the government entity, you can certainly sue the government entity. If you're suing the state of New York, you have to do it in a special court of claims. And under current law, you cannot create a class action. Now, this would allow a class action to be commenced against government, which is kind of a curious concept that you could get a large group of taxpayers suing government for money that will be paid by all the rest of the taxpayers. That's just kind of a curious scenario. The reason why we haven't allowed class action lawsuits is because there's a current remedy, which is an individual lawsuit. The shortfall on or a problem with individual lawsuits is if you're plaintiff and you didn't suffer a lot of damage, it's not worth bringing a lawsuit at all. Whereas with a class action, you can get a whole bunch of plaintiffs. None of them suffered a lot of damages, but together it adds up to a lot of money, which justifies the legal fees and the litigation expenses. So if there will be a fast vote on behalf of the Republican conference. So I guess we generally favor this. But if you're an individual that wants to make sure that those with a small claim can get together with a whole bunch of others and sue for a lot of money against the municipality, this is a good vote to support. On the other hand, if you want to try to minimize the taxes that your local municipality pays when there's just small damages to a number of people, this would be a good bill to oppose. But in general, it'll be a fast vote. Thank you, sir.
Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 6501. This is a fast roll call. Any member who wishes to be recorded in the negative is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. Please record my colleague, Mr. DiPietro, in the negative. Thank you, sir.
So noted. Thank you. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 127, noes 20.
The bill is passed. Page 28, calendar 293. Clerk will read.
Assembly number 3276, calendar 293, Ms. Gunther, an act to amend the insurance law.
Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. On the bill, please.
On the bill, Mr. Goodell.
So, this bill would prohibit the application of any fail first or step therapy protocols that are involved in drug treatment for individual cases. And basically what step therapy means is that the insurance company requires you to go through a certain protocol, starting out with drugs that are typically been around the longest period of time, with lower costs typically, often generic drugs. And then only if those drugs don't work are you authorized by the insurance company to use newer and more expensive drugs. And so those who support this legislation, like the Medical Society, want to have the freedom to prescribe the latest drugs, regardless of cost, of course. And the insurance companies, not surprisingly, oppose this legislation because they're trying to keep their costs down. And so the Medical Society says New York State has enacted measures that set forth statutory criteria when a health plan is required to override a step therapy protocol. But in practice, those exceptions set up a significant administrative burden for physicians. And so they want more flexibility to prescribe the latest and, in their opinion, greatest drugs. The New York Health Plan Association, on the other hand, points out that step therapy protocols usually start with a medication that's been available for the longest period of time, with known risks and outcome, before moving on to newer, riskier, or experimental drugs. They also note that prohibiting step therapy increases risk patients and limits plans' ability to negotiate better prices for newer and experimental treatment drugs, increasing costs for everyone. So this will be a fast vote, although I know a number of my colleagues have voted no in committee because they recognize the importance of trying to keep insurance costs as low as possible and minimizing risks for patients. Other colleagues of mine have voted yes in committee, with the understanding that hopefully physicians will exercise a great judgment and discretion in prescribing the latest and perhaps more expensive medications. So that's kind of where my caucus is going to be split. But for the purpose of this vote, we'll start with a fast vote and hope I didn't call it wrong. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Read the last section.
This act shall take effect immediately.
Clerk will record the vote on Assembly Print 3276. This is a fast roll call. Any member who wishes to be recorded in the negative is reminded to contact the majority or minority leader at the numbers previously provided.
Ms. Gunther would like to explain.
Ms. Gunther to explain her vote.
Thank you. Fail first or step therapy protocols imposed by insurers obligate patients to try a less costly treatment than might be prescribed by the provider. And fail first success to wait months for approval to switch to another option after failing with a given drug or to suffer adverse effects from a drug they had not wanted to take. There is only mixed evidence and published studies on the impact of step therapy policies, and some have found that such policies actually increase total utilization cost over the long run because of increased inpatient admissions and emergency room visits. These policies are particularly dangerous in the mental health space, where they can be associated with a higher risk of discontinuity in medication use and increased likelihood of homelessness and, of course, incarceration. So I vote in the positive for this bill. I should have said this way.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter. In the positive. Mr. Goodell.
Thank you, sir. Please record Mr. DiPietro in the negative. He's opposed to being on drugs. Thank you, sir.
So noted. Are there any other votes? Announce the results.
Ayes 146, noes 1.
The bill is passed. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Mr. Speaker, do you have any further housekeeping or resolutions?
We have a few fine resolutions. We'll take them up with one vote on the resolutions. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Resolutions are adopted. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Member Hunter, I want to make sure that majority colleagues understand that there is a 6 p.m. hearing in hearing room B. There's a 6 p.m. conference with the Speaker. 6 p.m. Let's be on time, colleagues, please.
Majority 6 p.m. conference, hearing room B. Ms. Peoples-Stokes.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the Assembly stand adjourned that we reconvene at 10 a.m. Wednesday, April 6th. Tomorrow being a session day.
Did you say 10 a.m., Ms. Peoples-Stokes?
A.m., sir. 10 a.m. sharp.
A glorious time. The Assembly stands adjourned.